If tomorrow all the things are gone I worked for all my life, I had to start again. It's my children and my wife. Thank my God above to be living here today. There's a flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I'll gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, from New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, and I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died and gave that right to me. And I'll gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Yes, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I'll gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the U.S. Hey.
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran, Neil, Bonnie, and Peanut. And that was a cover by Tyler Deaver of course, Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA. And Lee Greenwood actually made that video. I edited it down so it would fit the song, but I couldn't play his for copyright reasons. So Anti's dropping the links to that video, the original, that video, and to Tyler Deaver, who is the musician who did that cover. So go check him out. Thought he did a great job on that one. All right, a lot going on. Tonight is flipped. So we are having our conversation first tonight, and then we are going into our music around 11 p.m. Eastern. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody who wants to come up and join us for the convo first. Thank you to my mods who are dropping links. Anti is dropping links for the playlist and the people up on panel, and all other mods, thank you for dropping links for any content creators that are coming into the chat. Pro Bowler, I think I've seen your name around, but welcome. Thanks for coming over here. Good to see you. Anti, thanks for being here and all you do. Donna, much love. All right. I did remember Kiss Off. I saw your comment. Anthony, thanks for being here. Good to see you. All right. We were chit-chatting backstage for a second. Okay. How are you guys all doing tonight up on panel and in chat?
I'm doing good.
Good to see you too.
And everyone. It's good to see all of y'all.
Oh no, man. No one's really asked what it feels like to lose to run for president, but it sucks.
That was the big shocker. Well, I think I'll just kind of start off by saying I'm feeling kind of conflicted because I'm glad. Hold on one second. Somebody's got some kind of echo going. I'm going to see who that is before we keep going.
Echo.
I think it might be you, Neil, but I'm not sure. Okay. Snooks, your device is not connected, so I can't let you up. Let me see if it's you, Peanut. Yeah, I'm going to turn on your background stuff. There we go. Yep, it was you, Peanut. So I just have your echo cancellation and stuff on. So if you
Oh yeah. Sorry,
it's natural for her to blame me first.
That is kind of true.
Well,
right? Yeah. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you. Yeah. All right, here we go. Hey, thanks for coming up. You, Anthony. But what I was saying is I'm kind of conflicted. Hey, Winning Reality, thanks for coming up here. What? All right, I love it. I'll get up here for this conversation. Fantastic. Thanks for being up here, guys.
Awesome.
And gals. Yeah, okay. So I'm kind of conflicted because I'm glad. I think that having Snook or what am I saying? Having Trump as president, I think will be hey Lowry, good to see you.
Hi.
I think will move things in a direction that I'm much more comfortable with if he does a lot of things that he will do, especially for our economy and for our border and security, things along those lines. I see a lot of really positive things that I agree with, and I hope, I'm cautiously optimistic that things will go in a positive direction with those, in those areas. But I still don't trust him. And I still tend to believe that he is still a part of a much bigger global agenda. And I just can't shake that feeling. And with all of the mainstream media and mainstream politicians being so eerily accepting of the results of the election, it's making me kind of have this sense of dis-ease. So I'm wondering, how are you guys feeling about everything? Are you just excited? Are you feeling kind of like I'm feeling?
Concurring with you.
You're concurring.
I think of the two, he will be better for all of us, but I'm very uncertain of what his personal motivations or gains are from this.
Right.
So I'm cautiously optimistic, as you said, but cautious. But I am going to take care of all financial advantage that comes along because he won over the other party. So there is that.
Oh my goodness!
I'm looking forward to going back to work again because I'm in Iowa. I didn't work for 15 months in the past 4 years, and I'm really looking forward to making some money.
Well, and I've heard people say that, a lot of in the prepping community have said it's buying time. It's kind of giving us more time to prepare for whatever's coming down the line. Mike, good to see you. Chris, thanks for being here.
I am super excited. I'm ecstatic. It's been a long, hard fight, and I cannot wait for things to get going. And they already are. And I'm especially excited for the work that RFK Jr. is going to do to get our food and water safe again, and get all the crap out of the food, get the fluoride out of the water.
Mm-hmm.
I could be more excited about that.
I'm actually, I think, more excited for Kennedy's role in all of this and what that will entail, because I agree, my eyes were open to a lot of things over the past 4 to 5 years, but especially the poisons in our food, our water, our skies, and the whole Make America Healthy Again agenda, I'm 100% behind. So I'm with you on that, Winning. Really quickly, Mike and Dawn, so good to see you. I have a song of yours and some of the links you guys had sent me that we'll be sharing later. Tonight we're doing conversation first and then music the second half. If you guys are able to come back, you're more than welcome to. But either way, maybe come back and check the stream later for some reactions to your music. Thanks for being here. Maury, good to see you.
Hello, sweet Indy. Can we go person by person so then maybe Bonnie could go next and that would make it easier?
Oh, good idea, Snook.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Do you want to go next, Bonnie?
Yeah, I just think it makes sense that we're not interrupting each other.
I agree, Snooks. Great idea.
Thank you.
Well, I think we need to have a little bit of give and take just because there's going to be responses to people's conversation. But if we can't manage to do that without interrupting each other, then I will be muting people tonight. I'm just saying we've got a lot to talk about, and I hope we can keep things respectful.
And I'm good with that. I'm just saying you're getting their opinion on this particular thing, maybe just for this.
You asked a question, so I thought each one of us were going to answer it. Is that not how it works? Okay.
Oh no, yeah, no, I'm just saying. I think I'd like us to be able to have a conversation more than like taking turns and passing the conch. But sometimes we kind of have to do the turn taking. So we'll see how the vibe goes tonight. Go ahead,
I just
Bonnie.
suggested it for the beginning. I'm sorry.
Bad, Snooks. Bad.
Typical.
I didn't say it was bad, but now it's Bonnie's turn, and you guys are talking over her. Go ahead, Bonnie.
So I'm gonna upset everybody, I'm sure, but yes, ever since either the night before or the night of the election, I think it was the night before, just this eerie feeling, like I don't even know how to explain it, but, and I know everyone's all excited and all these parties are going on. I'm seeing it, I'm with it, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, you know, everyone keeps talking about the SHTF situation, and I'm not so sure that we've had the full-blown one yet, and the possibility, just listening to the Iran president, that he said it didn't matter who was chosen for president is concerning. And some of the things I've been listening to Trump's speeches, and just some of the things I've been, the key phrases, picking it out and looking into it is concerning. Okay, where's the tomatoes?
Well, I have a question.
I think we're on the same page.
What will it take? What's it going to take from Trump and his administration to change your mind about those feelings? Like, what are you looking for to finding confidence and trust in him?
Hold on one second, Rich, because I am going to be interrupting sometimes to address the chat and keep them involved. Rich, this is about politics. We're going to be kind of talking here the first 3 hours. If you want to come back for the music, that'll start about 11 p.m. It's flipped tonight.
So your question was, what would it take for me to convince?
Well, before we do that, winning and Bonnie, was there anyone else, Snooks? Was there anybody else that wanted to kind of give an overall impression of your thoughts right now as far as Trump winning?
Of course, I'd love to. You know, I would.
Then I think we're passing the punch to you, Bonnie.
Yeah, no, I'm not overly excited. I'm happy. I'm content. I think that there's still issues. I'm not going to be happy until he's in the White House in the Oval Office signing papers, because quite frankly, you know, not to be dramatic, anything can happen. But this is who I wanted. I think he's for the American people. I think with all his millions that he could be doing anything he wants to do. And he's chosen to do this and go through all the shite he's went through to get here. So I'm very content with it.
Hear, hear.
That's how I feel. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Anybody else?
Yeah. I don't trust any of it. I think he's just, the people the banks that run this world, they're not just going to let somebody just waltz in and take power. I think that Trump is here for when the dollar crashes. They're going to blame Trump for the dollar crashing, and they're going to blame all of the patriots for that. It's just an easy way to lump everybody together for what's coming.
Yeah, I wonder about that too. Like if he's going to be the scapegoat and that's why he's being allowed in, you know, and also, I mean,
right.
Kind of along those lines, like and I know this is something some people agree with and others don't, but I do not trust our elections and the integrity of them. I think that that's what got me involved in YouTube to begin with. And I very closely followed the 2020 elections and what happened there. And there's plenty of evidence that there are, between the machines being tampered with and connected to the internet, and percentages of votes being flipped, and as well as, if you've seen 2000 Mules, I mean, there's so many different aspects of how our elections aren't secure, including all of the illegal immigrants who are able to vote in several states because they have IDs. There's just a lot of reasons why I don't trust the integrity of our elections. So to see such a huge, overwhelming win, I'd hoped that we would make it too big to rig, but I still don't really trust it.
I think he won the first time in 2020. But like, I think what they were probably doing was testing the reactions of the conservatives. They probably want a civil
Maybe.
war, so they run a test every time before they do something. So they probably let Biden win just to see what the conservatives would do to get an idea on which side would be easier to provoke into riots and whatnot.
Mhm.
Indy, I put a link in the private chat to a chart. It's on topic with what we're talking about. You might want to pull that one up. It shows the difference in the vote totals
And the
last
voting
5
numbers from last time to
5
this
elections.
time.
Yeah, they're pretty
Yeah, it's
interesting.
amazing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brand, do you want to grab that link that Winning put backstage?
Thank you for doing that. I was going to mention, if it's the exact thing I'm thinking of, I was going to mention that because that would actually mean that Too Big to Fail would be
Right.
correct, because with the number of actual votes he got, if the same thing that happened last time happened this time, more votes would have been cast than Americans, and that would have
20 million votes
Right.
disappeared.
Yes.
I
Right.
think
Well,
this
and that's
was-
the thing, is that happened.
I'm
That
sorry.
did happen last time. So, you know,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you were saying.
it looks like it did. Everyone's questioning those numbers from last time.
Right.
Indeed.
Really quickly, I want to
I
address
think
this.
it was too. I'm sorry. I'm stopped. Where did Indy go?
Indy broke out the freaking whip and got all of us under control. We don't.
Oh,
want
did we
anything.
all get muted? Did we all get muted?
No,
It's a figment of our imaginations.
I guess
better
it's
mute
not if we
herself.
can hear each other. I don't
Yeah.
hear Indy.
In
she's
our minds,
muted.
we can.
Who's mute? Is Indy not here?
Reasons for not
Or
trusting
any of
Trump.
us really
Oh,
here.
there she is. She's back now. Indy, we
I
lost
muted
you.
her.
for a
Even
minute.
real, man.
You guys,
Right?
can you guys not hear me?
We
Yeah,
didn't
you
hear
went
one
on.
word.
Who?
I
Someone
muted
say
you,
something.
Indy.
Back now.
No, we didn't hear that.
Okay, sorry. It seemed on my end like everything was fine. So I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and repeat that. Okay, so take two. I read your comment. I think you guys heard that. And I agree that the media has portrayed in the mainstream, and I think we all agree that they've tried to demonize Trump. But my reasons for not trusting him are not being pushed by the mainstream. I just think that's another part of a huge, I don't know if you want to call it a psyop, but I think a plan that we're all involved in.
I think he got frauded the last time. I think this time it's like everybody's saying it's too big to rig. With all the rallies out there, you could not have done what they did last
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, it doesn't match up. I agree.
Yeah,
I
but
agree.
I just never believed in Harris. There just was no way, and her pick of a VP was so wrong all the way down the line.
Oh my God!
She
you're
lost
right
at the debate. She lost. That was when she lost, was at the debate. To
there.
me,
Nail in the coffin is she wouldn't go on Joe Rogan for 3 hours.
Joe Rogan has nothing to do with it. Any other podcast she wanted to do, it had to
agree.
me, it had nothing to do with it. She lost at the debate.
She should have never gotten as many votes as she did.
True
Oh,
that.
Did I say that?
I would
out?
say that.
That was a hate vote.
It was hate Trump. So to answer the question that was asked of me a while ago is to quit seeing
Agreed, Uman.
our high up government officials going to the summits, to see us totally withdrawing from all of that, the United Nations, all of the things that are being pushed to depopulate the world. That's what would convince me. And actually stopping the border. The border has never been stopped. It has been
You're right.
somewhat regulated, but never actually
Right.
stopped. And we can't stop it. I mean, we are the melting pot. So, but there needs to be a whole lot more vetting. The stay in Mexico seemed to help. I don't know.
I don't trust Elon. I mean, I'll put it out there. I don't trust
No,
Elon. He's
not
in it
at
for the
all.
money. He's in it for his own agenda. It's not about Trump. It's not about the people. So I don't like that association with Trump.
That's a good
No.
point.
I just
I
don't trust
respectfully
him.
disagree, but I don't want to debate it. I mean, I like
Oh,
Elon. I
that's
think
okay.
he's
You
a
can
good guy. Yeah.
disagree.
Yeah. I mean, respectfully, but
I
but
disagree with
I like
everybody all the
Elon.
time.
I like Elon. I think he's in it for the right reasons, and I think he's going to do a lot of good.
In what
I
way?
disagree with Snooks disagreeing.
Oh,
What?
goodness.
I swear to God, don't you confuse me. The only reason I came up here was because Neil's on here, okay?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Now.
No, we can't hear you.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm muted. Indy. Is she trying to talk?
Now, you may be breaking up and in and out, Indy.
It does seem that way.
Yeah. Hey, Bran. Bran, my favorite man. You can say hello back.
Hello back.
Check your wires, Indy.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Has
okay.
been having this problem. Okay.
It is. Yeah, I closed down some things on my computer. I think I got over ambitious on what I can have open.
Not
Can you guys? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Well, now I don't remember what I was saying, so let's just continue. About Elon. I tend to think that, it's possible that Elon's had a change of heart, I guess. And, the fact that he's wearing a Baphomet costume, which I guess is from a video game, but nonetheless, that he's sporting Baphomet gear openly in his profile pictures and putting that out there for the world to see.
Yeah.
That's a huge deterrent to me trusting him in any way, shape, or form. But also that he's developing technology to lean towards transhumanism, which many people believe to be part of the beast system or the mark of the beast in the future. I have some real hesitancy in trusting him at all. But, maybe he's learned some things along the way as he's been more involved with the higher ups and their plans. I mean, I don't know. It's possible. He's trying to keep an open mind.
He's a freaking genius. He doesn't have to blend in. He doesn't have to agree. He can do whatever he wants to, and he's got the money. He is such a genius. There's no telling what else he's going to come up with that could be not good for us. Brain chip implants. No, thank you.
Right.
The brain chip implants, though, if I may just make a comment.
Oh, yes.
They're to help people that have serious issues, and they could actually be a quality of life improvement. The fact that people believe that they're for everybody is beyond reason right now. They're too expensive. The surgery is too invasive. You're not going to line up 1 billion people to get brain chips. It's just not going to happen. But right now, it's all medical. It's to help people. If you have a relative or maybe a child or somebody like that has a disability or is suffered some kind of accident, this could improve their quality of life. This is the things I think he's doing with brain chips right now. I think the whole paranoia behind it is a little bit Hollywood, and I understand that. And I understand there's been a lot of pre-programming about the fear for that kind of stuff. But if you look at it, it's purely medical. And that's where we are with it right now. So I think with smart regulations and a good conscience and the American public that's vocal about things, we'll keep it there.
Well, he also has competition that no one talks about.
I'm sorry.
There's scientists out there that have already reversed blindness in mice due to their chromosome regrowing techniques that they've been using. And they've proven they can take a blind mouse and regrow its chromosome to the proper size and make it see. So he's got problems if he thinks that he can put a chip in your head to make you see. If we've got other technologies out there that are not technologies, but techniques of, I don't know the exactness of the technique, but it's still an experiment.
I know it's only medical. And I know you weren't addressing this to me. I know it's only medical. What if he can control that? And all of a sudden you don't see anymore. All of a sudden you don't walk anymore. He could have control of all that.
I don't trust it. I don't trust
it.
That's where there's other technologies that are competing with them that are biological,
Neil, hold on. I think there's often technology that's presented as, for beneficial purposes, and that's how they get us to accept it. And then it's used for negative purposes.
Exactly.
So, I think that's kind of like the established norm. So maybe Elon is trying, he's talked about the potential risk of transhumanism and of AI getting out of control. He's brought those issues up himself. So if he's in it because he wants to be on the forefront of it, there's others working on it too. He's not the only one. If he's trying to be some kind of benevolent overlord of it, maybe that's a positive thing. But again, I come back to the Baphomet. And you can go down some rabbit holes with his previous nanny. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff out there. Who knows what if it's true? You have to use some discernment. But
Elon is playing both sides.
I do not trust him.
Hey, Indy, are we going to give Water a chance to talk? I don't think he's talked yet.
Everybody has to talk. Go for it. What?
Oh, you don't want me to start talking. I don't want to run nobody off now. It's too early for that.
Elon is
I'd
playing
love to
both
hear what you have to
sides.
say. What?
I agree. He's
he's
playing
playing
both sides.
I'll keep it simple. I could probably rant forever, but there's not a politician or anybody that's in our government in any capacity that I trust whatsoever.
Exactly.
And I'm going to be 100% honest. There's nothing that anybody on this green earth can say or do to convince me otherwise.
Right.
You know, I've seen enough. I've lived enough.
Yeah.
I've had grandparents that served their entire career and life in the military, and they told me, a whole bunch of stuff as a kid. It didn't make much sense then, but I mean, I see it now. I just can't putting my faith in a man like that. I mean, that's just me. No offense to anyone else that does it, but only person that's going to make my life better in any form is myself. There's not
And
another
God.
man, not another woman, not y'all. I love y'all to death, but
Right.
the only person that can do anything for me is me.
And
Can I
God.
high-five
And
you?
God.
Well put, Watt.
Well, here's a comment I want to bring in from the chat. Maury said, we have been a salad bowl instead of a melting pot for a long time. Multiculturalism is a terrible way to run a nation. And I think there's a lot of evidence from other countries that where multiculturalism brings in a lot of issues that are difficult to balance out, whether it's religion, politics, just culture in general. I don't know that we have always been a salad bowl, though. I think if you look back in like the 80s, 90s, even the early 2000s, I don't think that racial segregation, or if you want to look at it as a salad bowl or a melting pot, I think we were much more a melting pot at that time. Maybe it's the part of the world that I live in. I don't think that racism didn't exist. I think racism will always exist in some way, shape, or form. But I don't think that it was as prevalent as it has been the last 4 years, where ironically, the side that's trying to push against it is having everyone categorized by it. So
You're right, Indy. You're right.
now than we were even just a few years ago. Any thoughts on that from the panel before we keep going?
I identify as a purple people eater.
Right. I mean,
like
you
Gandhi.
look at us with how many multiple origins we have, or me. I know I do. There's
Right.
Scottish, there's English, there's Native American, there's German. But the thing is, I think where they have turned it was when
That's true, Rich. That's a positive on his behalf.
when it's like they're lightening up on getting people to speak English. If English is the national language, then that's the language that should be spoken. Most countries require that where they are. My Swedish friends were so happy to come here and practice their English. My Hungarian son-in-law
Maybe
knows
well.
English. And so maybe it's the educational system, or I'm not sure. But with all the countries that have come in now, and I can't understand why that many, because why would China come here? Or Russia, or any of the strong countries? Why would they come here? It's
Spying.
Well, they've been here for a while, Bonnie. I'm out here in California. I've actually
Yeah.
every now and then go up to
I know
the Russian
Just
fort
met
that was built in
Chinatown
the
and
17th century, I think it was, when the Russians had actually, and this is not a big known fact, I guess, but the Russians actually occupied part of America for a while. They built a fort that I go to up here in Northern California. It was built by the Russians. It's a wooden fort. It was a long time
I
ago
didn't
they
know
built
that.
it, but
I
they
know
built
either.
it.
Where is that?
And before that, The Chinese were here because if you study up on the California gold rush, they actually, when the quote unquote 49ers got here, they kicked out about 100,000 Chinese.
Yes,
So,
I remember.
you know, when have
true.
they not been here is my
That's
question.
true.
That's very true. Good point.
What town is that in Northern California?
It's not a town, it's a fort. It's near a town. It's oh fuck, man, it's been like 10
Great
years.
count. I've heard that.
Is it in the valley or on the coast?
No, it's along the coast. It's along the coast.
Is it north of San Francisco?
Oh hell yeah! No, it's let's see, it's north of Salt Point.
Agreed, Wild.
Okay, is it by Eureka, or
it's south of the Oregon-California border?
Okay, so it's north of Eureka, right?
Well, there's Eureka and Ukiah, and I keep confusing the two of those. It's in between Eureka and Ukiah. How's that?
Okay.
One of them's at the north end of California. The other one's a little bit south of it.
Yeah, it's probably
I don't know. I keep forgetting which one's.
It's south of Eureka then.
But there's a Russian fort, a wooden-built fort. It had like 180 people at it. It's a couple hundred years old when the Russians occupied part of California.
Good call, Rich.
Wow.
That must have been prior to 1849, I guess, right?
Oh yeah, no, it was in the 1700s.
Oh, damn, it's like way back.
Yeah,
it makes sense though. Like they were probably already in
Chinese
Alaska
were here,
or
so
something.
why not the Russians? They're like neighbors, right?
Yeah, true that. Makes sense.
Once one says, "Hey, we're making money," the other says, "Holy shit, I need to go." You know, and so where one goes.
I watched that line in the sand.
Point Camellia.
Well, they're
That's
more
another
established.
thing. Are we going to get there? Are we ever going to get our gold back from all those 100,000 Chinese that were here
Talking
for
to Kat.
10 years taking the gold out of the rivers?
No, we're not going to get reparations. Anyway,
3 minutes, ex-bootlicker. 3 minutes.
Okay.
Give me a break.
Now they're more established here for spying.
It was already
that's why
several
they're
years ago. It's 5 million.
No, wait a minute. You're going to tell me back in the
CCP
gold
members.
rush? No, wait a minute, Neil. Wait a minute. They were here back in the gold rush spying? I don't think so.
I never said spying, but if you want to add spying, you're 100% correct. But I never said spying. I said they were getting gold out of the river.
I thought you said something else. I'm sorry.
1840s. Who would they be spying on?
I thought you replied to my "they're established spying now." I thought you said something about that.
No, I was bringing up that the Chinese have been here for as long as we have, and so have the Russians.
No, you are right. You are right. I don't want to agree with you all the time. Stop this.
Well, if I'm right, it kind of sucks. But
Can't help it. It does.
I like
it.
I agree, Maury.
Okay. Just hope I don't get sick all over this.
Heard about that, Yorga. That's kind of a weird little, I don't know, oddity in the midst of all this. It made me think of the 12 monkeys. And there was like a release of monkeys. Remember there was like a truck that overturned with monkeys in it that were like, I don't remember when this was, but several years ago.
2 hours south of me, it was almost 50-something monkeys from a facility right outside of Beaufort, South Carolina, near the coast.
Is this the one that happened now? What?
Yeah. This is the most recent one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're always escaping. You know, I didn't know that was from a zoo. I sent stories to Jeff and I got confused. I didn't know it was a zoo. Thank you, Juan.
It wasn't. It was it wasn't a zoo. It was a research facility.
Oh, interesting.
And supposedly the handler just conveniently left the doors open. You know how convenient.
Oh, so it's totally 12 monkeys. It's just like
12 monkeys
instead. But something like that happened. Do you guys remember there was like a truck that overturned and it was some kind of bio? Back.
Yes, I do remember.
There's been several in the past year.
Yeah. Well,
South Georgia
maybe
going
that's
through
why the
legal.
liberals are so calm. There's something else, up their sleeve. I mean, who knows?
My bad. It was the early 1900s, 1812. It's Fort Ross.
I grew up next to one of those facilities. Well, not next to it, but I could ride my bicycle close to it. They don't let you in. In fact, my stepfather at that time worked there.
Right, Carl.
It's a testing facility.
Yeah, a testing facility. Okay.
Yes.
They're going through legal battles here in, well, not where I live, but in South Georgia. They're trying to build this same similar type facility as the one that they had the incident in South Carolina. But the people there, they still keep suing it and holding it off. So as of right now, they're still holding them off. They ain't built it yet.
That's good. And that's what it takes. The people holding off any of these things that you know that they're doing nefarious things in. Whether it's a circus, a fair, a corporation, a whatever.
Yeah, good call, Virginia. You would think the monkeys would have track.
Yeah, you would think, wouldn't you?
That is, yeah.
The
But
big
Bonnie,
question is
animals
do
are
we live in
animals are
fear
always
or
gonna-
do we do something about things, right?
No, no fear.
I hear a lot of
No
people
fear.
talk about, they're worried about this, they're worried about that. They think this is going to happen. They scenario this in the probably the worst case scenario way, but not a lot of talk about solutions, right? That's kind of why I started my channel and what I've been on in my mission is to go beyond the second veil of, we understand there's some bad things in the world. We feel like we're always under the thumb of somebody. So, but what are we going to do about it? Right. So how do we get to the point where we're actually starting to fix this?
I agree.
I got something to say to
I
that.
agree. Hold on, Peanut. I agree we should be looking at solutions, but I also don't think it's necessarily accurate to say that if people are seeing things in a different perspective, it's making them fearful. I'm not living in fear, even though what I see as realistic isn't as positive as people who are, more excited about Trump winning and think that he's going to be fixing things in a more positive way than I do. I don't think being realist in what I see as real is making me be more negative. I just think I'm,
is fear negative or is fear?
No, I'm not. You're saying fear. I'm saying I'm not living in fear.
Right.
I think my channel is very enlightening to a lot of people who want to see.
You're projecting that we're in fear.
Right. Exactly. It's totally projection. Because, like, if you believe in the Bible,
I'm not projecting. I'm saying that the what I'm hearing in the rhetoric is coming from it's coming off is fearful of, and it should, because the rhetoric is fearful.
To let you know that we're not
right.
What I'm saying, speaking for myself, and it sounds like Peanut's agreeing, is that even though I see things, the reality that I see and the bigger picture that I see isn't the same as maybe what you see. I'm not living in fear nonetheless. I'm still going to do what I can in my daily life to control what I can. I'm still going to continue to be optimistic and have my faith be in God more than man.
Amen.
I mean, nothing's changing in my day to day, but I'm still going to be looking at the bigger picture and seeing it the way that I see it.
Yeah,
but the premise of what I was saying is what without getting into the semantics of like becoming without digging too much into that word fear. What I'm trying to, the premise of what I was saying is what are the solutions that we're talking about working towards to do something about the things that you're talking about, right?
No,
wait.
It was my turn. I was going to say real quick.
Peanut and then Bonnie.
Yeah, thank you, Indy. So basically, in the Bible, it says not to worry; these things must come to pass. That there will be wars and rumors of wars, etc. So it's not about fear. God's already got this; He's already won. It's just that there's people that are still stuck thinking that they have to quote unquote do something like works, right? That is on them to fix everything. And they don't realize that there are forces in this world that are beyond your ability to control.
And God helps those who help themselves. So God entrusts us to be part of the solution.
Hold on, it's Bonnie's turn. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Sorry.
Okay. I know what's fixing to happen here, but I understand what the Bible says, and I totally live by faith. I wouldn't even be here if I didn't. And at the same time, it's not doing the works to get to heaven. It's doing the works to save our country. And however that is to each person is their own personal choice. My choice is to do it constitutionally, which is by the assembly.
Okay, I got something to say to that. If you
look
at,
can I say something?
Yeah, I'll go after you. If that's okay.
Oh, thank you. Well, that's up to Indy.
Go ahead, Snooks. Jump in there.
Thank you, Indy. I have never lived a day in fear. You know, everybody that says, "Oh, I'm living in fear, this is going to happen, death, doom, and despair." I have never lived a day in fear. And it's because I'm God and faith strong always, one thing. But I choose to live my life day by day and not live in fear and live my life.
Okay, my turn. So basically, if you look at the Bible, like the New Testament, and then you look at what the apostles actually did, that's there for a reason. For example, like the apostles, they were living in occupation by Rome, and so like for a good example of that is when there was a choice between Jesus or Barabbas. Jesus' name means son of the Father. Barabbas' name means son of the Father. A lot of people think Barabbas was a criminal. Barabbas wasn't a criminal. Barabbas was a freedom fighter. He was fighting for his country, which was worse than the United States is right now because they were straight up under occupation. So the people had a choice. They could either free the freedom fighter for a kingdom of this world, or they could free Jesus and vote for the kingdom of the spiritual world to come. So there's nothing new under the sun. It's the same choice now. You either live by the word or you don't. So either they not only did they not fight for their country, i.e. Israel, but they actually went to preach the word to the enemy. They went to Rome to go spread the word, and they all ended up being basically martyrs, killed in awful ways preaching the word. And so none of them, not one of them, fought for their country.
So what's your point?
Yeah,
my point is that there you can either live by the world and the rules of this world, or you could live by the Bible. You can't do both.
Hold on a second. You're contradicting No. I have not interrupted anyone, and I have not spoke for a long time.
Oh, Neil, it's okay.
So I'm going to take this time right now.
It all goes together.
If
That's
you
all
follow
I'm saying.
the Bible, you also
Neil,
follow
you interrupt
the
all
laws
the
of
time.
man, because it says in the Bible to follow the laws of God and mammon. And if you don't think mammon means man, then please explain to me what it is. You have to follow the laws.
Pause for a second, Neil. Pause for a second, Neil. Rainfield and Tremor Bear, good to see you guys. I'm just giving a reminder, tonight is flipped because some people seem surprised that we're talking politics. We are doing politics and conversation first tonight. It'll be going until about 11 p.m. Eastern, and then we'll be switching to music. You guys can always check the video description to find out which order we're going in for each night. All right, keep going, Neil. If you want to finish your thought.
And just for clarity, the word mammon doesn't have anything to do with man. The word mammon refers to tithing or money.
Okay, then we must follow the laws of tithing. What is the laws of tithing?
We have to be real clear when we say words and real specific how we say it.
Taken out of context,
what
exactly
it says
what.
Is mammon, and I said exactly what it says. So I appreciate you backing up.
He also talked about
God and mammon is what it says. Is that not what you just said? Thank you.
Mammon, just like I said, mammon doesn't have anything to do with man. Mammon has to do with wealth or money. Your worth.
Exactly. Right.
Who's talking?
Go ahead.
It's Neil and Snooks both talking over you.
No,
Snooks,
no,
you don't need to call
Snooks.
out Neil.
I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. You guys listen for a second. There are a lot of active listeners here before. I've said this before. If you're saying, yes, I agree. Yep, that's it. Over someone else, it's still interrupting them. And if you're calling out somebody else for interrupting someone else, then it's still talking over the person speaking. So let's continue to try to take turns and make sure everybody gets a chance to have their say. We're here for a while. Doesn't have to be this huge rush. Watt, I think you were speaking, and then
No, I do apologize. I didn't mean to step on anybody's toes. I just wanted to be, when we say words and stuff, we have to be specific. Like I said, you can look it up to the Hebrew meaning. Mammon doesn't have anything to do with man. It's worth. It could be anything, whatever your worth is. It could be monetary value. It could be whatever you hold dear to you.
Yeah.
If you hold a man to be dear to you, then man could be mammon. But, we got to be specific when we say these words. We can't misguide or mislead anybody, even when it's our own personal opinions.
Right, I agree.
Really quickly, hold on, Peanut. Yorga, Neil, hold on. Yorga, I see that you're backstage. I can't let you up because our panel is full. But if you want to hang out back there and still be in chat, you can until somebody else steps down. And then Rap, you haven't had the chance to say anything yet. Thank you for coming up. Is there anything you'd like to add about your?
Hold on a second.
No, thank you, Neil. I'm going to mute you if you don't stop. I'm going to Rap. Go ahead, Rap.
Also,
was there anything you wanted to add?
I'm really just viewing everything from a more mindset, and that actually helped me with what I know from a business standpoint.
Oh, hold on, Rap. You are actually roboting out quite a bit. Is that happening for you guys too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear you very clearly right now. If you have anything else running on your computer, it's still pretty robot-y. If you have anything else running, sometimes it helps to close it down. Ooh, nope, that made it worse.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on my phone, so
Yeah.
you know, I just leave and come back.
Okay. Thanks, Rap. Hope you'll jump back up.
Thank you.
All right. In the meantime, good to see you, Yorga.
I just posted the definition for which I was speaking that the Bible speaks of, unrelated to any definition anyone else gave. The literal definition, as I was intending, I put in private chat and public chat, and I got it from the Bible. Definitions.
People still don't explain why you choose Barabbas. It's the same. I don't know why you guys don't get it. Barabbas was the freedom fighter, so you guys are choosing Barabbas. You know, it is what it is.
I wasn't alive.
You think that Barabbas was a freedom fighter more than Jesus?
He thinks so.
In a worldly, yeah, exactly. In a worldly sense, yes, Barabbas was fighting for the world, fighting for Israel of this world.
No, I'm thinking Jesus fought to feed several
You don't know what you're
thousand
talking
people.
about.
I don't ever remember anything feeding so many people. That's a good fight. It all depends on your definition of fight that you force on other people.
We're going to fight on semantics. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I don't like
way off premise.
Projecting stuff.
I think the difference was made if he's fighting a worldly fight and Jesus is more or less fighting a spiritual fight.
Thank you, Watt. Exactly.
I think that's the difference.
Somehow they're not getting that.
No, I think we're all kind of talking about the same thing. It's just, like I said, specifics. You know, it's yeah, somebody can fight a worldly fight, but what does it gain a man to gain the world? You know, if he loses his soul, you had a spiritual fight more than anything else. You know, I think that's the difference. I'm not, that's just my opinion.
No, it's my opinion too. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is that and you get it? I know you get it, Watt, because I know you have a lot of wisdom.
Right,
it's like you can either fight for the world or you can fight for the spiritual world. You can't do both.
Indy.
Okay, so
yeah.
I think you can do both. I mean, would you sit by and let a child be molested by a bad person, or would you actually take action and defend that child?
That wouldn't
you're gonna pray and hope
anything.
Jesus does it for you. I mean, it's like, which is it? I think you can do both. I think you can be spiritual and be a warrior for God.
Well, hold on a second here. Why are we fighting over this? It says in the Bible, have you not read the walls of Jericho? You think a frog told him to go there and do that? It was God. And what did he say? Kill every man, woman, child, and animal. And that was the words of God.
Yes.
So subject shut down. Boom. Subject shut down. God says you can war, and I'll tell you how.
But that's no different.
Neil,
there's sometimes where the spiritual world and the physical world come together for the same thing.
I don't like people telling me things that I know aren't true. So
and I don't like
tell each other things.
Oh, please. Come on. Give me a break.
Then why do we have a military? Why do we have anything of protection? Why do we?
Exactly. Okay, let me ask you a question. Did the apostles have anything for protection?
I think David, all he needed was what? A piece of material and a rock?
I'm talking about in Jesus' time, in the New Testament. There's only one time where they tried to use protection. That scripture is taken way out of context. That's not what their lives were. Did Jesus? What would happen if Jesus fought back?
So you're comparing everyone with 13 people. Congratulations. There's 9 billion out there. Are we going to get left in the dirt and just talk about those 13? Because those 13 were supposed to go out to the masses.
So you're saying
you're talking to the masses right now.
You count. It's a tricky balance.
Don't tell me what I'm saying. What I'm fixing to tell you is you're talking to the masses. I'm not an Apostle Paul. I'm not Jesus. And I'm not going to answer for them. It would be hypocritical to do so. And also, in my opinion, hypocritical to ask someone to answer on their behalf.
How is that hypocritical?
Well, answer for Jesus for me, please, sir. Tell me what Jesus would say exactly right now, please, sir.
what Jesus would say exactly what I'm saying right now. Read the New
No, he
Testament.
wouldn't. No, he wouldn't,
Yeah.
because he didn't tell me that.
No,
So
he wouldn't.
therefore,
Oh, he
you're
tell you that.
wrong.
That's because you're not
Okay,
saved.
Peanut, you don't
Now
need
you're
to be
saying I'm not a
mocking
Christian
each other.
because I
Come on.
don't believe what you believe. You heard
It's because
something
you
in your
don't
head
have
to
the
make
Holy
me
Spirit
feel
in you.
good. It sounds like you're trying to push things on me. I
It
have
sounds like you're
So,
trying
over
to
no.
push things on
26
me.
years of theological
Oh my
studies.
God.
I
Oh, so
appreciate
what?
your
So then
opinion,
why you get it
but I don't
wrong?
appreciate it being pushed on me. You need to
I don't
watch
Okay,
appreciate
how
let's
you
you
take
pushing
turns.
express
yourself
Let's take
on
turns
me
here for a
your
second, you
words.
guys. So I'm gonna mute you, Peanut, and I'm gonna go ahead and let Neil have a couple minutes to talk and say what you want to say, and then we'll go to you, Peanut, for a response, and then we're gonna move forward. Unless anybody else on panel feels like they really strongly
I
need to
think we
respond.
need to
Go
get
ahead,
off
Neil.
religion, because the one thing about religion is it doesn't belong to one man. It belongs to everyone individually and personally is how you will be judged, not by someone who talks to you on YouTube. So don't tell people anything. It's a personal relationship. If two people read the Bible and get two different determinations from it, one's not right and one's not wrong, it was intentionally meant for them to do that. Accept that. And let's move off of religion, because it's personal and no one's going to agree.
And to be honest, the premise of the question
Hold
I
on.
asked was what
Or why are
solutions
you
people are
Hold
interrupting
on.
me?
working
It was
Winning,
my
towards.
winning.
turn.
Hold on a second. It is Peanut's turn. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Peanut.
Mhm.
Okay. It's not personal. There's only one way. There's only one truth. The only way through salvation is through Jesus. He's the light. That's the only way to go there. That's not my words. That's from the Bible itself. And if you look at the apostles' lives, it was meant as a guide for everyone. That's what the Bible is. It's a guidebook for
You're right.
everyone.
I'm wrong. Please tell me
Hold
how
on,
the
Neil.
Why
Bible.
are you
It's his
you're
turn.
interrupting me again? You just can't help yourself.
I know.
Like,
I've done it all night until now. And you can read.
Go ahead, Peanut. Finish what you
there
were
you go.
saying.
Oh, thank you. Put a muzzle on them. Thank you. All right. So if you obviously can't control yourself, so what it is like it's not my words. It's Jesus's words. It's not by my glory. It's by the Father in heaven. All this stuff is meant to happen, and anyone who does believe the word instead of in themselves, all they have to do is read Revelation 13. Everyone who's listening to me right now and doesn't understand or has a question, they should read Revelation 13. If you believe the word and not just speaking out of your own arrogance, then you'll know what's going to happen. The Antichrist is coming.
Arrogance. Remember that word?
Oh, we're going to interrupt me again? Golly, what's up with this guy? So, like,
Okay, wrap up what you're saying here, Peanut, because I think Winning had a response. I have a response, and then we're moving on.
all right, let me finish real quick. So Revelation 13 says the Antichrist is coming. He is going to rule over this entire world and over every nation on this world. So whatever you think you're going to do, it's not going to stop what's going to come. And if you think you are, it's up to you to stop what's coming. That means you think you're smarter than God.
Kiss off.
Okay,
You're at the
so
wrong
wrong
rally.
I started this mess. And so what Peanuts, you're hit that long answer. What you're saying is you're not going to do anything but sit around for revelations to happen. I got it. I only asked what the solutions were people were working towards to try to go against these things that they're realizing. Like, what are your solutions? Like, I'm a solution oriented person, and I believe that we all have a responsibility in this world, this 3D universe that God has put us in, right, to take care of it and to make it happen. And he gives us free will for a reason. Right. And you can, if that's your solution to sit back and wait, then you'll sit back and wait. But some of us are going to use our free will that God gave us to help keep evil from prospering. Right. And so we talk about evil things, and evil things are fearful. Right. And they're by nature, evil is that way. So that's the darkness, and we are the light. So we need to work together on solutions that's going to bring the light over the darkness. And that's what I'm talking about. So as we talk about all these things that are dire, and these conspiracies and these dark groups that are working against us, what are we as the light, people in the light, going to do to work together to stop it? And I like to talk about solutions and hear what people's ideas are. So that's why I brought it up.
No matter
Okay,
what you
well,
think.
hold on, Peanut. I am, and then we're going to move on from this. I am fine with us talking about religion respectfully. I think that it's just as important to speak about religion as any other topic. And that's what we're here for, as long as we can keep things as respectful as possible. Obviously, people get heated. We've had this conversation multiple times. But I also want to say, as far as faith is concerned, I know the Bible says that we should not be judging each other. So people are at different parts of their walk with God and in their in their faith at different times. I think we have to have space and grace for each other and for ourselves with that. There are a lot of things that I believe now that I didn't believe in the past. And there's things that I believed in the past that I don't believe now. That's why we need to have these conversations still. But I also think it comes to a point where, like others are saying, we should know each other by our love and, by the fruits of our faith. And if we're just up here tearing each other down and making accusations at each other, we're not doing that. So let's go ahead and table the religion conversation. We've got plenty of other stuff to talk about tonight, and let's continue on. I mean, I think faith ties in with a lot of politics and life in general. But yeah, I think let's kind of shift gears a little bit here.
That was the best thing I've ever heard. Let's just table this. Put it on the
Thank you,
table.
Indy.
Make
Thank
it
you.
go away. It's Thanksgiving coming up. We're all good.
Yeah, I like the comment about it's like a pre-Thanksgiving
Thank you,
dinner.
Indy.
Yeah, for many, I think
Put it
that's
on
true.
the table
I
with
know
the
this is
turkey.
like a Thanksgiving dinner with a bad family.
and all the what do you call them, sweet potatoes and all that shit, and let's just move on.
Right past the peas. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
the gravy. You got the gravy, don't you?
You came up after we had kind of addressed this, but how are you feeling about Trump being elected, and where are you at as far as like optimistic or, kind of cautious about what you're looking for in the future? Where are you at with it all?
Okay, you want my opinion, and I got the floor for a second here. I really thought he was going to lose, just because I think everything's crooked, and he won, and I'm like, all right, good. But now there's going to be more people out to, shall we just say, get him, from rooftops and whatnot.
Right.
I mean, I'm just trying to be, delicate about it. I'm optimistic. I mean, the guy fought his ass off. The guy could go do 3 different 3-hour rallies in one day, and he's like 78 years old. I can't do that.
Right.
I'd be asleep during halfway through this first one. You know what I mean? I can't do that, man. And he's like a robot or something, man. So I'm glad he won. I voted for him. I went and voted. Other than that, man, I mean, I'm not a Swami, man. I can't predict the future. I don't know. And I gotta hand it to Biden for being somewhat graceful about the whole transition thing. You know what I mean? But I think beyond that, he hated Harris, man.
Yeah. Well,
he did. No, he did, man. He hated her, man. He didn't want her to win.
Did you see Biden's?
I'll say this. You asked me. I'm sorry. You asked me my opinion.
Yeah. No, I want to hear it. I'm glad you're sharing it.
I don't think she wanted to win. I don't think she wanted to take on that responsibility. I wouldn't. She was totally incompetent. Totally. I mean, you don't want me running the country. I can't do it, man. I'm incompetent. Yeah. I'm completely unqualified, and so was she. So I almost think she was relieved when she lost. So I don't know. I'm just glad they called it that one night. You know what I mean? It wasn't like another. What was it like?
I am glad about that, but it also it surprises me, and it just feels off to me. I mean, I know I'm not alone in this, but which doesn't mean I'm right either. But I just think with all of, like I said this at the beginning, you weren't here, and I'm sure there's others that are here that weren't here then either. But I think I think there's plenty of proven ways that the elections were rigged in 2020 and in 2022, and probably well before that.
Yeah. Oh, it was rigged.
Right. So I don't trust these results, even though they're what I hoped for. In some ways, not in all ways. My state is like one of the only states that didn't lean more red this year. And I think part of that's because we've had mail-in ballots here longer than anywhere. And Oregon, California, and Washington, we can't vote in person. You can only mail in your ballots or drop them in drop boxes, and they are counted.
Really?
Yes. So there's a lot of ways that I think things have been rigged here a lot longer, which is also why if you look at the map of the United States, the entire West Coast is strongly blue. But anyway, so I, as much as I'm glad for the results in some ways, I'm also like pessimistic about the way that the mainstream is now promoting these results be accepted. And that fits with their narrative over the last 4 years, as they were trying to say that 2020 was stolen.
Well, it's
But
because the
it's
popular vote.
narrative from,
It's because
hold
the
on,
popular
hold
vote.
on, let me finish what I'm saying, please.
Mhm.
It doesn't fit with their narrative from before the past 4 years, where they were also saying that the elections are rigged and there's not enough, there's not enough security. So it just doesn't make sense to me. It's not panning
What
out.
it is, Indy, hold on real quick. What it is, Indy, is this time Trump won the popular vote. 2016, he didn't do it. Obviously, 2020 didn't happen either,
count,
right?
yeah.
So that's why. That's why you're seeing a difference. And by the way, yeah, speaking of the left coast, as soon as those polls closed, they all turned blue on the map like that. I think Oregon lagged a little bit, but Washington and California, just like that. But they did show improvement in that area, and they did show improvement.
Big time improvement, man. Big time. Yeah. Think about this.
Not in Washington State.
In 2020, I'm sorry,
Okay,
I want to say something real quick. I was painting the outside of my house in October of 2020, and this win was George Bush up against who the hell? Al Gore.
Yeah, and the hanging chads.
I painted my whole house listening to the radio every day, and still the election wasn't called. Painted my whole house, man. And it was like, what in the hell, man? And that's why I'm impressed that, in one night, we got results. Thank God.
Yeah.
My issue with that is that
go ahead, Snips.
I'm sorry, Indy. My issue with that is that the results weren't supposed to be reported for several days. That was put out in the news big time. So I do have a little bit of an issue with the voting. I was confident he would win, but there's still some little detours that I'm not comfortable with.
Too big to rig.
I believe it was too big to rig. I absolutely
early
do.
voting. Yeah.
That doesn't mean and I did
early voting doesn't make it too big to rig.
No, but you got the popular vote and the electoral college as well.
Good to see you, Charlie.
I understand that. That doesn't mean that was all. There wasn't issues. You can say what you want to. There's always issues when it comes to politics.
Okay, well, put it this way: on election night here in my area, right, there are 6 bomb scares to polling locations, right? But 75.
Where are you? Where are you?
I'm DeKalb County, Georgia. You guys have heard of that, right?
Oh yeah, I know about Georgia.
Right next to Fulton, the big ugly, big
they
nasty.
They don't have bombs in Georgia. Yeah. They've only got like bullets and stuff.
I agree.
Wait a minute. Let him say.
Thanks for the stereotype there. I appreciate it. But anyways,
I'm joking,
I know you are.
Man.
I'm giving you a hard time back, man. It's cool. It's cool, Jay.
We don't always know when you're joking. Yeah, but I don't know. But that's okay.
Southern accent. That's why. But I grew up with a Southern accent, so I get them. But yeah, it's because the early voting made a big difference. They weren't able to do their shenanigans they did in 2020. And I don't even look at 2020 as a real election. It's the lockdown election. There was all kinds of shenanigans. There's 20 million missing votes now that just suddenly appeared for the first time in history and then disappeared. It's obvious that the left, the establishment, the corrupt establishment, was behind a rig, right? They were doing everything in their power to keep Trump out, and that's the way they got by with it that time. This time, we had people on locations. We had James O'Keefe. We had hidden cameras. We had people tracking everything. We had Scott Pressler. We had an army of people that were ready to fight the establishment, and we won. They couldn't rig it. They couldn't do it. And now everybody who tried it you're probably going to see a lot of convictions come rolling out.
Thanks for the laugh kiss off. Yeah, that is true, Larry. I think they're still counting in California.
Jesus Christ. I have a bunch of liberal friends because I'm a musician, or I used to be, and most of them are liberals, and they ain't said nothing, man. I got to kind of hand it to them, man. They haven't whined. They haven't bitched. They haven't, because I guess they know their freaking 401k is going to go up now. I don't know, but I haven't heard a damn thing. I haven't gloated like online, like I told you so. I haven't done any of that stuff. I haven't. You know, it's just like, all right, that's it. That's the deal. Here's where we are. So we
You know,
got another 4 years to live with.
sorry. I have no problem with libs. I think I mean, I have no issue with other people having their opinions, but sending news to who I send to and looking through it all, there were so many videos of liberals crying, actually crying and screaming, "No, I can't take this. I can't live." It was
I saw that too,
hysterical.
but there's nobody
Right.
that,
You didn't see
you know,
conservatives do that when Trump was
tell them,
was frauded.
we just take it on the chin and
Pardon
go on
me?
down the road. You know?
I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
He said we take it on the chin and keep going.
Yeah,
I'm
Cola
sorry.
got
I
Well,
mean,
that's
I'm in my
true.
kitchen.
That's
Yeah,
very true.
that's
We do.
how we always did. You just take it on the
Yeah,
chin and go,
exactly.
screw it, and that's how it is. And we got another 4 years of dumb shit. You know?
Listen, there was a lib woman, and there was a video of her. She was shaving her head in despair. There are
I saw that.
Okay, there are liberal women now who are not going to have sex with their husbands because their husbands voted
That's
for
a blessing.
Trump.
I
Give
heard
me
that
a
too.
break.
You know
Just
what?
get
I'm going to shave
divorces.
my head. I'm
Okay,
going to
hold
shave
on, you
my head. I
guys. There's
swear
so
to
many
God,
people
and not
talking.
have sex
Yorga,
with my
hold on.
husband anymore.
Yorga, hold on a second. You guys, too many people are trying to speak at one time, and
I'm
nobody can
sorry.
understand this in the chat when that happens. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, Snooks, you were talking. Did you want to finish what you were saying?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, can I shout out Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to shout out Jeff Mack. He's on YouTube and alternate platforms. Anyway, he does, the political news, and I send him a lot of the news, and just going through these liberal women, it was women, not men, who were tearing their clothes off, tearing their hair out, never going to have sex with their men again because their men voted, and they don't want to have babies because of the abortion problem. There is no abortion problem. Trump is leaving it up to each state.
I'm going to shave my head and not have sex with my husband for a year.
I thought you liked women, but
You
that's
do
not
you.
my
I
opinion.
do like women.
No,
Okay.
but I mean,
But I'm
I don't
doing it-
understand the real purpose behind that like what I don't know what they're trying to prove with that. I'm not really sure where
'Cause
that
they're
argument
liberals.
comes from, but I have seen that.
Yes.
But I mean, remember too, obviously we're seeing the extremes. I think that's part of the whole divide and conquer. Hold on, Yorga. I'm going to mute you while you're chuckling. You can. But I do think that's part of the whole agenda is to divide and conquer still. And, we're seeing the extreme reactions of people who are extremely, well, I think brainwashed, honestly, but I also think you can say passionate on their side of things. Do we record ourselves, having a meltdown when Biden Harris won? No, probably not as much, but I think there was quite a few people that were really pissed or fearful of what was going to happen, and maybe rightfully so, but they feel like they're right in their views too. So, I just think we need to be careful about the whole divide and conquer, because I think that is still the plan, no matter who's in charge.
Can
Well,
I
I
say
sure
something?
shaved my head when he got frauded.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can
I
I
didn't
say
understand
something
what
real
any of you
quick?
just said.
Can I say something real quick?
Yep.
We're going back to 1992, and I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh all the time. And
Good to
Bill
see you,
Clinton won the presidency, and somebody asked him. He said, "What are you going to do now to Rush Limbaugh? You know what I'm talking about." And he went, "It's freaking great. I've got so much more material for the next 4 to 8 years. Hooting on Bill Clinton. It's great for me, man." You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. What do you take? The lemons and make lemonade, man.
No, I mean, I think that's always a good outlook to have. I mean, we have to. What else can we do? That's what I was saying earlier. We can only control what we can. The rest, I think it's important to take in the rest and try to see the bigger picture, but really, we only can do what we can do.
Indy, you pulled that chart up. You didn't click on the images.
No, I know, because we ended up talking. I wanted to have a chance to have everybody still be able to have our faces up. Yeah. Okay. Did you want to talk about that one here? Winning?
Yeah, sure. Check it out.
And
Just click
Brand,
down on
you're
this
going to have
image.
to zoom in on that, I think, a little bit.
There's two images there. So you need to click on one. Click on the one on the left. There you go. Look at that. So this is the normal voting pattern of the United States for the last 20 years, right? And you can see in 2020, somehow 20 million new votes suddenly appeared out of thin air that weren't there before. And then they suddenly disappeared the following year. this indicates this 2020 was probably a very rigged year.
Yeah.
With all these people coming out of nowhere to vote for Biden, who somehow is more popular than Obama on the left, which is very hard to imagine, right? And then during a lockdown year, during a year where the polls closed and people kept counting, there was a fake emergency in Fulton County where they shoot all the poll watchers and all the Republicans out of the room, and they started counting with ballots they had stashed under the table, all caught on video.
Yeah, most of us know about all of this.
Right. We all know about this. So, right. And then the next year, because we understood their game, they showed their hand that year, we were able to stop it, and you see it went back to normal. So I would say in general,
probably right.
Yeah, this election was done fairly. We won the way we were supposed to win. We were probably supposed to win this way in 2020.
Okay, so what do you think changed?
Me and my friends have said this is a blessing in disguise that we didn't win in 2020.
What do you think changed between then and now that eliminated those 20,000 fraudulent or 20 million fraudulent votes?
They weren't allowed to keep counting after election day. 1, 2, early voting. 3, we had watchdogs everywhere. I mean, from the ones that were poll watchers legitimately registered to the O'Keefe group that were just tons of people that were out there with hidden cameras watching. We were watching the drop boxes. Everybody was talking about Rig Watch every day, including on my channel and many others like Robert Gouveia and Temple and many other people were watching the rig every single day. They had eyes on them. They couldn't do it. And these people knew that if they tried to do it, their name was going to get blasted across the internet. They were going to they had lawyers. Trump teams had lawyers. We weren't ready for this in 2020. In 2020, they rolled right over us. And I said 2018, I think we had to get ready for it.
But I mean, there are still plenty of states that still use the Dominion voting machines that are not certified correctly and that have been proven to be able to be hacked very easily, which even liberals talked about before 2020. I think those are still in place. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that they were able to eliminate all of that fraud in voting. So
but they were voted. They were rerunning ballots, and if you really drill down on what was going on in Fulton County, especially what was caught on tape, they were rerunning the same ballots 5, 6, 7 times in a row, big stacks over and over and over again. They literally had a team of corrupt individuals reprocessing votes over and over and over again. And if you watch the documentary, like I recommended a documentary, Let My People Go, they talked about how when those polls closed, they had kept everything within an index. And when those polls closed and they kept counting the next day, they didn't finish their votes, everything flipped by the same percentage. So if you watch Let My People Go, it explains it very clearly.
I know all of those things. That what I'm saying is I don't think enough has changed between then and now. Hold on, Neil. I don't think that enough has changed between then and now to eliminate to account for those eliminated votes.
But it's right in front of you. It's right there on the screen. Like you could see that right there, those votes have been eliminated.
I'm not saying that. Listen again. I said I don't see enough proof of what has changed between then and now to account for those votes that were eliminated. I didn't say they weren't eliminated. I said I don't know what has changed that has accounted for them.
Okay, well, they undid a lot of the COVID laws. They got rid of a lot of those things, right? And they here in
not
Georgia,
in a lot of places. They did not.
They did do it in a lot of places.
Still have
I covered this in my show every week. Well, yeah, mail-in ballots still, yes, right? but they cut down on the after election day counting. Here in Georgia, the Supreme Court ruled you can't keep counting absentee ballots after the election day. They ruled it.
That I do think is an improvement.
Okay, so that's one way, and a lot of the laws that were put out there just for COVID they expired, right? Or they got rid of them. They didn't let them re-rig it. Here in Georgia, we made a lot of changes to the election laws to try to keep from what happened in 2020 happening again, because it was a disgrace on the state. And Georgia got their dignity back this election because we did that. And so that's why we're seeing a return to normality here, right? They weren't allowed to do their games, and I think these should. Maybe we all have our opinions, but I think that if you look at it closely, you can see that the work was done in a lot of different levels, including the ground game, including the poll watchers, including getting people out to vote early. There's a lot of different parts moving that made this happen and stopped them from rigging it again. And we made it too big to rig.
Okay. Can I ask When in Reality a question?
Yeah.
Oh, and please don't take this as an insult. I'm highly opinionated too, and I tend to disagree with a whole lot of stuff. but I leave my mind open enough to absorb things. And when I get off the panel, sometimes I will agree. Do you have an open mind to what anybody else is saying? Or are you just like closed on your own?
No, he doesn't.
No, I'm not asking you.
Excuse me. I absolutely do have an
Yeah.
open mind.
I'm
And I believe
asking
open minds,
Winnie.
open minds. I also have a channel where I do
I'm not
5
trying. I'm
streams a
not trying to
week.
insult you. I'm
No,
really.
I don't. I don't think you are. I
Wait
hear
a
what
minute.
you're
Wait a minute.
saying.
I
I
hear
mean, I
about
get
your.
you.
No, wait a minute. Winning. You
Mhm.
promote your channels every time you're on the panel. That's pretty much a lot of what you do, and that's fine. I'm asking your personal opinion, not about your channels.
Well, it's kind of a veiled question, isn't it? No, but I have a
No,
very
it's
open
not.
mind. It's kind of
No, it
veiled
wasn't
a little
veiled at
bit.
all. I
How do you
asked
are,
you.
Okay.
Wes?
You
Thanks for
asked me
hanging
if I
out.
have an open mind about what other people are saying. Of course I do. A lot of this stuff I've learned along the way.
Well, hey,
Okay.
Right?
check this out.
But
You
that's
think
true for
everyone
all
does
of
But
us,
things
I'm not.
for
Winnie.
Wait a
free?
minute. I'm not done yet.
Okay,
I'm not done.
whenever. Give me
I am.
in
I'm
30
sorry,
minutes. Let me
Neil.
talk.
Neil, I don't
Go
time
ahead,
things.
Snooks.
Indy can do that. I really wasn't trying to insult you, Winning. I've been on
No
panels
worries.
with you before. You promote your chats a lot in your YouTubes, and that's that's business. That's business. But personally, when I leave here, even though I am kind of closed-minded in my beliefs, I do come away and I see things another way. I stand strong with what I feel and what I say, but I do let other stuff in. I want to know if you let any of these other opinions come in and they stay there and they affect you.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. Okay,
Yeah,
I
I
get you.
wasn't trying to insult you.
Okay, yeah, no, it's more
It
you're just
sounds like
curious.
it.
I can see
No, it
that,
sounds
Chris.
like it.
No,
Yeah,
I
it sounds
get you. I
kinda
get
like
you.
it.
Hold on 1
Curious.
second. Pause that thought for a
Okay.
second, Winnie, because I do want to give you a chance to respond now that you understand what she was
Sure.
saying. Chris said compared to 2020, Democrats were $15 million votes missing. And I think it was actually more like 20. But I do think that it's possible that there were a lot of Democrats that didn't vote because they didn't want to vote for Harris, and that there's also possible that a lot of them switched sides on who they were voting for, but it's the overall number that's missing. So I mean, maybe there were that many that were just turned off by the entire thing and stepped away, as well as the fraudulent votes that weren't added in. So I mean, I guess maybe it can account for that much. I don't know, maybe it's a
20
possibility.
million. I don't
Yeah.
think 20 million people stepped away, but
That's
because
not
we
what
know
I
the
said.
shenanigans went on. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm focused back on the question that was posed to me as well. What I tend to take away from doing panels like this is I try to understand where other people are at in their journey to understanding, like they're along the pathways of where they're at in their journeys, right? As like I tend to learn a lot about other people when I come on panels like this more than the topics themselves. Sometimes some people will bring up a point that maybe I haven't heard of, or maybe it's just they heard of it and they put it a
It doesn't
certain way, and
matter
I'll
in
look
those
it
ways,
up.
Chris.
I'll look it up and I'll say, is that right, or is that just something they heard, right? So I'll do a lot of spot checking on little things like that. Somebody brought up something like I don't know, one time about something like how they ended the Constitution, or they tried to end the Constitution or some shit like that. So I mean I'll fact check a lot because I do check out to see where some of these conspiracy kind of ideas come from, because I like to debunk and make sure that they're right or wrong or whatever. But no, I do walk away and I learn about people, and I try to learn how to better communicate with people that are at different stages. So it's kind of like an exercise for me in learning how to and be a better communicator. So that's really what I'm trying to do. It may not come across that way all the time, but I think if you watch me from the time I've started coming on the panel till now, it's like slowly I get a little bit better each time, and I try to learn as I go. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you, Winnie, and I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we want to? I think we can pull down that chart for now. Maybe I'll turn to a video here, but let's keep
No,
talking for a
I'd like to
second.
speak if I can. If not, I'll just leave.
Neil, you can speak if you can take turns and not interrupt everyone else speaking. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll leave because I haven't interrupted yet, and that's the first thing you start with. When I still have to say something to the man who has all the answers on self-promoting his channel.
You've got the mic right now.
Please don't interrupt. You just said it. Come on, girl. On my channel, I give
Whoa,
the
Neil,
explanation.
you know what? I'm going to speak up. Do
Again.
not
Why do
diss
you
Indy on
interrupt
her own
me?
live. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Rage quit.
Thank you, Snooks, but it's fine.
I'm
used
sorry.
to it. Go ahead,
Indy,
Neil.
you know I have your back. Do not disrespect her. Sorry.
He doesn't see it as disrespect. I've come to
Okay,
that conclusion.
that triggered me. I'm sorry, Indy.
Go ahead, Neil.
No, he left. Good.
No, that sounds about right.
Well, fine.
Okay.
You go after Indy's back. You are coming after my back, and I'm going to go after you. And I'm sorry, Indy. That's
No, it's
just
okay,
the way I am.
He
You know I am.
left. Good.
And I love everybody.
I appreciate people having my back. We all come to the table with different ways and different perspectives. And, Neil and I love each other, even though we drive each other insane. So it is what it is.
I actually
okay.
love Neil too.
I know.
do.
Yeah.
So someone in the chat keeps asking if your children can afford their home and raise a family.
No, most can't.
Exactly. I don't know why they keep asking that. And so
we're here to cat. Like family, we argue. It happens. We're okay.
Again, it would be, so what would be your solution? For me, it's moving my children in when needed. I mean, I don't know. Y'all are just all over the place tonight.
Yeah, we really are.
You're kind of like, okay.
I'm sorry. Do you mean like if you have a prodigal son and he moves back into your parents' house? I did that like 9 times, man. I lost everything I ever had and I moved back in with my parents. My children, I've had 4, I've got 3 now. And all of them moved out and took care of themselves and never came back. But I've got to look at myself and go, you know what, man, it was times that I was broke and went back home to my parents and they let me back in,
Totally different time though, Rich.
It was. And so I was just the opposite. I was never allowed to move back in from 16 on. So with my children, and I have 6, if they need a place to stay, they know they have it. And
yes,
it may get cramped sometimes, but
it doesn't matter. I've got a couch. Sleep on a couch. I don't care.
Yorka. Shh. Okay. So it's just
I'm shushing right now.
Not very well. I would think.
But it really and truly makes more sense because then you have multiple incomes in the home. You have more ways of getting the food, or you have more help growing the food. It's the way it was probably back in the day. It's the way I see it around me with the ranchers and farmers. It's generational and they do stick around. Maybe they'll put another building up for their kids or whatever, but it's still everyone working together to provide for each other. And that is the way we need to work it at home, in our community, all around. That's how we're going to make it through this. Whatever they throw at us is working together.
Well, so ironically, can I say something, Bonnie? I'm not trying to cut you off. You can keep going, but I had thought about that. I think ironically, that's what a lot of people who consider themselves progressive or liberal agree with. They think that we should be helping communally to take care of each other, whether it's family or extended family or non-family. The difference, I think, is under communism or socialism, it's forced, and under like a capitalist or free society, it's by what we want to give. You give what you want to, and you help who you can. And the idea is that you'd have more resources to be able to give when you're not giving it all to the government to be able to decide where that money should go. So whether you want big government or little government, I think the core base of it is people don't support racism. People want the same things at the core: family, freedom, support, being able to live within a decent means. I think that there's a lot of common things that we have that this divide and conquer, keeps us in these boxes away from each other and recognizing those differences, or recognizing those similarities.
Exactly. I mean, we can all have different views. I'm sure that there's some blue people walking around here, but do I know it? No. We don't really talk about that. There's so many other things. We have Thanksgiving coming up. We have a community Thanksgiving dinner where the whole community can come together. All you have to do is bring a side dish and bring your families, and everyone just sit and visit, and you don't have to worry about the mess and cleanup. It's all, everyone takes care of it right there together. And I know the big cities, it's a little bit harder to do things that way. But at the same time, even when I lived in the city, we knew the people around us. How many of your neighbors do you even say hello to or wave to, or, anything? It's like, I think that communication, that connection is what they are dividing. And that's what they're taking away from us. And that's what we have to hang on to. And that's what I believe, Nuthouse, if you're still listening, was Jesus' purpose, was to bring us together, was to show the differences in all these people, but still at the same time, love.
Good to see you, T-Rex.
Can I say something about that real quick?
Yeah.
I grew up in the 1960s, and our entire neighborhood, all the parents knew each other, all the kids knew each other. If I was 7 houses up and doing something stupid in somebody's backyard, their mom would call my mom and go, "Your son's doing something stupid in my yard," and I'd get in trouble. You know what I mean? We all knew each other. And that was the community. And once you got to be the 70s, 80s, once I'm growing up, I'm in my 20s, 30s, you'd move into an apartment next to somebody you didn't know. You didn't know anybody. You didn't know your next door neighbor. You didn't know anybody, man. But that neighborhood I grew up in was wonderful.
Well, and if you look at what caused that, I think a big part of that was fear, because it became, if you look at like Save the Kids and the pictures on milk cartons and all of that was getting a lot more news, news coverage, which it probably should have. But I think that that's a lot of the reason why fences went up in neighborhoods and people started wanting to keep an eye on their kids instead of letting them run the neighborhood, and that took away a lot of connecting. I mean, what do you guys think? What do you think caused that huge shift before?
I don't know what caused it. We all knew each other.
Can I just say something to Bonnie?
Yes.
Bonnie, I really love and respect and admire what you just said, and I agree.
Well, thank you.
Well said.
I think that the vision came whenever, oh gosh, sorry, Snooks, it was right there.
Oh. Dang me.
We were saying what caused the division of neighbors.
What's the one thing that they say don't ever talk to people about? Or two things.
Politics and religion.
Politics and religion.
That's why we're here.
And so that's what I was saying. Whenever we get together in a group like that, we don't talk about it. Yes, we say a prayer. There's a church everywhere you look around here. It's not that it's not a Christian community. It's just that everyone accepts each other as they are. It's not. We just don't talk about those things. I don't even know that we just don't talk about it. And I think that, as you can see tonight, we were talking politics and it turned to religion. And so then that's when everything kind of got chaotic, is if we're, you know, I think most of us here are believers in the Lord. I think most of us here are very in tune with what is happening in our political world. We have our eyes wide open. We are watching. We are making sure that, are trying to make sure that things go as they should. I think
I agree with that,
that
Maury.
if we can just unite and have normal discussions without turning it into, but you have to believe this or you have to believe that, that's when you're going to run into problems. You cannot force anyone to believe the way you believe.
Right. And Snooks, when you brought that up too about, are you, when you were asking if people are approaching things with an open mind, I do think that's important. That's part of what I'm trying to do here. I mean, I hear what you're saying too, Bonnie. And yes, we're going to have conflict when we talk about things like religion and politics, which is why often people have steered away from that. But look where it's gotten us. It's gotten us to this division. I think we need to be talking about these things that are tough to talk about so that we can find common ground, even if it means people are going to get pissed off and storm off. And I think we kind of do handle it like family here, at least my family. You can argue and fight like cats and dogs more with your family in some ways because you're still connected with them. You still have to sit down at the dinner table with them when you're growing up or at holidays and, pass the cornbread. But, I do think it's important, and that's part of what I'm trying to do here. So yes, we're going to have conflict, and some people I know really that rubs them the wrong way. Well, then, then go somewhere else. That's fine. But that's what I want to have here. I don't think I like it when we can have conversation without interrupting each other and when we can keep it respectful. But when we are talking about heated things that people are passionate about, that passion is going to come through.
That's true. And I have seen very passionate people, and that's what I usually call it too. Over online is just okay. Someone is very passionate about what they believe, and it can be about anything. It can be about cars. It can be about music.
Yes.
It can be about.
Hold on 1 second. I want to address this comment so I can catch up in the chat so people don't say I'm so far behind, which I'm not. I'm just going to keep pointing it out. Okay, so Maury says the economy caused the breakdown of community in many places. Industries closed down and people have to follow the work. And I do think that's a really valid point because people used to work at one job and have a career and have work their way up in a system and have a salary and stay there and retire. And that's not the case anymore. People for many times they do have to leave an area because of a job that they're going to. And so we've become a much more transient society than we used to be before.
I saw that firsthand whenever I was traveling, where the oil pumpers were, they're gone and they're just all capped off. And so in one of the stores that we went into, I asked the girl, "Do you live around here?" "Yes." And I said, "Okay, I've noticed that the oil pumpers are gone." And she said yes. And so what that did was caused a lot of the workers to have to relocate or work even further away from home where they can't come at home except for on the weekends. And that's what most of them are doing. And so, and it did affect the whole town. And this is a pretty good sized town compared to where I live. And you could see the buildings were, just falling apart because no one's in them. And
because they do believe in it, Wingnut.
They are losing their local businesses. And so, and she did admit that it was Biden. And so when Trump said that he was going to start drilling, baby, I'm waiting to see that because that would bring up a lot of the economy in Texas anyway.
Big time.
Because we do have a lot of oil here.
So,
can I say something?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Indy, I love your panel. I love what you do. I love the fact I don't care if you mute me because I know I interrupt. That doesn't bother me. And Bonnie, when you talk about passion, I am very impassioned and I'm heated when I talk about things I have a very strong
Good to
belief in
see you,
and stand
Guardian.
on. So,
Right.
passion,
Well, I can get
passion is
heated too.
yeah,
We all can.
I get very heated. I could get triggered. I'm on other panels and get triggered, and I have to apologize. And Indy, I'm very sorry what I did. You know how I feel about those that I love. I don't love very many people. But when someone goes on the attack against you on your own live, it's just going to trigger me. So
Well, I
all
appreciate you
you can
having
do
my
is
back.
mute
You
me.
know that,
You can just
Smiths.
mute me. I don't care because I'll still be cussing when I'm muted, although I don't cuss. And I do care for Neil. I really do value him. I always have.
Yeah.
We get along great, but sometimes, I just can't let people insult those I love.
Facts are
It's not the way I
hilarious.
was raised.
Mm-hmm. Well, I
So
appreciate
that's
you.
it. Thank you.
Yeah,
The
exactly,
question,
Bran, do you want to? I don't know why you just don't say it from panel, but I will go ahead and read your comment. He says, "This is the thing we've been encouraged not to practice that culturally. If we all had more practice with religious, political conversation, we might do better keeping emotions more in check." I agree.
I agree.
yeah, our ability to have conversations have been slowly eroded over time. If you go over to Europe or like, have anybody ever taken a trip to Europe and watched how
That's
the
so
like
Shelley.
old school Europeans kind of have conversations? They'll really sit there and listen to somebody and let them really talk. And that's one thing when I went to Europe, I saw and I was like, wow, this is amazing. Here's this guy sitting there talking to two people. They're intently listening to him, and he's allowed to go on and talk and talk and talk and talk without anybody kind of interjecting. They really want to understand and listen to him, and we just have lost the art of conversation in this country, and I hope it's something that we get back. I really do. To answer the question that was put out there earlier about what's happened, that was a great question, by the way. What's happened to our society where we're not knowing each other as well, right? And how it was when we grew up and how it is now and what happened? That's a great question. And my answer to that is demoralization. It's a systematic generational warfare, psychological warfare that's been put upon us, and that's handcuffed to cultural Marxism, something we have to address on a generational level. But the part of that is to demoralize the youngest generation, so as they grow up, they become more corruptible and they become more divided. And we see this through critical theory and other things that are in our schools and our universities right now, right? And I think that generationally, what happened is the generations are growing up more and more demoralized, and that's how we've gotten to this point where we're separated and we don't trust each other, and wrap in immigration and crime with that, which comes along with demoralization.
Hold on, Larry, I'm going to mute you. You've got some background noise coming through. Just if you want to talk, go ahead and unmute. Much love, Frank. Good to see you. Yeah,
and so we're seeing the result of that accumulating now. I think we're at the perfect time in history to start reversing that damage, and I'm excited about that. And we'll have enough people in awareness about that now that we can start to do something about that. So when I talk about solutions and generational fixes, these are the things I'm looking at. Like, how can we fix things at the youngest generations so that their future is bright and becomes more like what we grew up with? Come home when the lights are come on the streets, and know your neighbors and have friends and ride bikes. And I mean, I miss that for my son. I mean, I see how my son's growing up and it hurts me. And I wish it was better for him. So that's why I fight every day. That's why I have the channel that I have, and I shamelessly promote it. And I'm glad that I do. I worked very hard at it. That's what I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for his future, his kids' future, and your kids' future. Every day I get up. That's what I'm doing. That's what my mission in life is now, until I have no more to do, until I can't, either if we get it done or I pass away doing it. That's me working in the spirit of God and goodness and light. And I hope that everybody will stop by and check it out. I got to get out of here, but I want to say thank you, Indy, so much for having me. And thank you to everybody on the panel. You guys are wonderful people. I'm enjoying getting to know you, each and every one of you out there. And I hope to have great conversations with you in the future. So I'm gonna have a great night.
I'm really calmer at times, Winnie. I swear to God, I am.
Oh, you're awesome. What
makes this the hornet's nest?
Well, I love your passion.
It's a Snooks thing. It's just it doesn't count. It's a Snooks thing. Okay, I'm done.
I'm sorry. Can I speak for 1 second?
Yep.
You don't
about
ever speak for
and-
just 1 second, honey. Just go ahead.
well, this is what we were talking about with their neighborhoods and everything back then.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm an old man. Every piece of skin on my knees and my elbows and my hands and everything is scar tissue from bicycle wrecks, And we would just do the craziest things on bicycles. And my kids that I have, well, I mean, they're grown now, but they don't have any of that scar tissue on them because they were playing Nintendo and freaking PlayStation, And I don't blame them because I would have been doing the damn same thing. But I mean, the times were just different, man. I mean, we got hurt. Oh God, we broke bones. We did,
Well, there's actually, I mean,
Obviously with
it's
BBs.
proven that there's a lot of reasons why that physical play is necessary. And even like, back when people were interacting more in person as children, you would learn to kind of fight it out in person. And that was a healthy thing to do. And now they don't have a way to do that.
I got in a fight every day. I got in a fight every single day.
I've heard your stories with Tim Carl. I'm glad I wasn't in Fort Wars with either one of you.
Until I was 10 years old, I got in a fight every single day. Yep.
Yeah.
And I
Wait, hold on one
lost.
second. Frank,
I lost
thank you
all
so
of
much.
them.
Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate your support and thanks for being here.
Hey, can I play tonight? Am I allowed to play tonight?
Play?
No.
I haven't talked yet. I've just been listening to you guys.
300. I'm gonna exit real quick, guys. Hey, Larry, thank you so much. I'm gonna exit real quick, guys.
Winning.
Hey, have a great night, you guys. Each and every one of you, stay based and keep on winning.
Cheers.
See you around.
What is the your little historical little book that you carry around on your hip? What does it say? 365 times in a curious number, right?
Fear not. Right?
What is it? It says fear not. Yeah.
Fear not.
And you got to remember, like at the end of the day, I use the Bible like a historical reference. I know it's written by men. I did not accept the Bible when I was early on. I was not an atheist, but I didn't care. Didn't care. But you got a little thing here that like there's a lot of parallels that are lining up right now. And everybody needs to know that. And it starts with Genesis. And like I think I encourage a lot of people to go back to Genesis at the very beginning and read that through hardcore, because that's not metaphor. There's that. All right. And then
thanks for coming back up, Cola.
Sorry.
Technical difficulties.
Am I over talking? Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just welcoming Cola back up, and I sometimes interrupt to say hi to the chat. Go ahead. You're good. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'll keep it quick. I was just like, it does say, it's curiously enough, 365 days, or it's 365 times in the Bible. Don't fear. It's also the amount of days in a year. Just walk your way through that, and the rest of it, it gets easier. It gets easier, guys. It's like there's a bunch of bullshit happening right now, and it sucks.
Take care, T3.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I got.
There's absolutely a spiritual warfare going on also.
Yeah,
I totally see that. But at the same time, was it Winnie? Is that what his name was?
Yes, winning reality. Mm-hmm.
Winning. Okay. When he was talking about wanting that for his kids, go to your school board meetings, go to the places where they hang out, go to the library. There's so many places that the kids can hang out, and I don't know about all libraries. Our libraries has events for the kids. They have a homeschooling time that all the homeschoolers get together, and so that they can all know each other and have interaction with other kids. It's a small town I'm in, 1,500 population. Everybody knows what everybody's doing. And we also on Facebook have a neighbors page where if somebody sees something, it's up there instantly, and you know what's going on all around you. If there is a strange vehicle driving around the school, if
right.
one of our kids have been in an accident. Well, thankfully they didn't put that, but sometimes
how about participate in the lives of others? like genuinely? How about just like
Yes.
genuinely participate in the lives of others, and it reciprocates itself back to
Yes.
who you are, and you have an actual life, and you can actually talk, and you're like, hey, you're a person over there. I appreciate that you're a person walking around. Appreciate me as a person walking around. Appreciate my kids. Appreciate my
Yes.
kids. Isn't
And
that kind of that simple? Isn't it really
Yes.
that easy?
And when
That's what I
people
thought.
see that your heart, they're going to be more receptive to you. That, like, if someone loses somebody, we take a meal to them. I have a neighbor, he's young, and so his group that hangs around him is young, and they don't really think about that. So when he lost his father, I was sending food over, and now he's more talkative to us. He's more I don't know. That's what made the connection. And when I first moved here, one of the neighbors up a ways, she brought a mason jar with bean soup ingredients and little thing on the card, and it's like those things mean something to people. I mean, I was almost in tears when she did that because it was just too sweet.
Can I say something real quick? I live on 2 acres, but we have a lot of traffic here. I'm on a crossroad. Every time I go out into my yard, I wave to every car. I wave to every single car. I don't give a damn who they are. And after years of doing that, people ride by and wave to me now. I don't know who they are. I don't know who the hell they are. But it's the same sort of thing. It's like,
yes,
hey,
you're acknowledging their existence.
I'm acknowledging
that.
Thank you.
What is missing is people actually acknowledging others. Like when you walk by them, hey, it's good to see you. Or,
I do that. I do that everywhere. I can go to a store. I'm like, hey, how you doing? I don't care if you're black, you're white, you're Chinese. I don't give a damn. I'm like, how you doing, man?
Yeah.
And normally, I don't know, 90% of the time, people respond to me, So it's just one of those things I do, man. I don't know, man.
Yeah, kind of what you put out.
You're engaging.
Kind of what comes back.
Yeah, you're engaging people that are actually real people versus like there's a big debate about NPCs and everything else, like people that just don't have inner dialogue or whatever. But like I've traveled all over the United States and like
Good to see you, Wolfgang.
Yeah, well, the South is a very sociable culture. The North is a very corporate, call it capitalistic culture. And then you go out, but in general, like, we've lost the ability to like actually have a conversation.
You know what the worst experience I ever had as far as what we're talking about right now was in California. I went out there and for a week with my daughter in Hollywood. Okay. And I go to the swimming pool and I start doing cannonballs and shit in the swimming pool because I'm from the South, right? And I walked out there and all these people out in these chairs and stuff. And I went, hey, how y'all doing? And they all turned their heads away from me. And I was like, what the hell is going on with this place? And everybody that I ran into that was like working in a restaurant or in a hotel or a bar or anything, they were all from like North Carolina. They were cool. They were, they were super cool. The people that lived there would not. And I ended up on a plane ride from LAX to Newark, New Jersey. And I got stuck next to this guy. And I'm like going, hey, man, how you doing? And he just like cowered away. I'm like, you want some peanuts? Because I had some of them freaking cashews and shit. And I had a drink and I'm like, you want a Coke? He was like,
no wonder.
I was on a plane with this guy, man.
You want some salty nuts? What's the matter? Why won't you talk to me?
I know, man. But I kept kind of pushing it a little bit. I was like, Come on, man.
Well, it's weird. The parts of the country they socialize differently depending on what part of the country you're in.
He didn't socialize at all.
No, yeah, I know that. I know that because I've toured the entire 50 states. It's different in every part of the country. They have a different way of engaging with the people.
Like, there was something wrong with that guy, man. I don't know what. Well, I had to sit next to him for 5 hours.
Yeah, you got to remember, like the Southeast, like in general, and like I've spent tons of time in Charlotte. Now I'm down into Atlanta, and like if you say "bless your heart" to somebody down there, it means something completely different than it does in New York City.
Yeah, right.
I don't agree with that one. When they say "bless your heart," I don't think it's.
Can I interject?
F you.
I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear this.
Can
yeah, this is good.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was
All right. Anyway, yeah, it's true. Bless your. Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted to hear Yorga? I'm sorry.
No, I want to hear yours.
It's not true. My mom used to say "bless your heart" all the time. I don't think she was telling me to F myself.
There's two versions of "bless your heart." One's sincere and one's sarcastic.
It depends on the.
Okay, hold on, you guys. We're not hearing anybody because there's too many people going. Snooks, and then Cola, and then Bonnie. Go ahead, Snooks.
Thank you. When you say "bless your little heart," that's actually saying "bless your little heart." When you say "bless your little sweetheart," that's saying take you out on the front porch because you're effing crazy and parade you around.
I never got
also,
that one, but
Yorga, also, here in the South, we are very friendly. But Lowry, we get a lot of snowbirds down here from up north and New York. And they're all very friendly with us.
I mean, actually, New Yorkers love it there. We love it. I've been 2 or 3 there. We love like everybody down there. It's like, as a matter of fact, like Nicole.
I wasn't done.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yorga.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing.
I know. Anyway, down here, and I say this in chats and everywhere. I say sweets, darling, honey, things like that. If it's kids, I'll say dumpling or baby cakes, but like I said, we get a lot of nor'easters down here, and everybody just smiles at everybody. Everybody's polite. We just love everybody. So we get really good people down from New York and the northern states. So y'all are good people. That's my point.
I'll tell you a weird one. Hold on,
Yorga. We were taking turns here. So I think Cola, you were next, and we haven't heard from you yet really much. Cola, go for it.
I was basically saying just there was 2 versions. I actually came up here on a topic from way earlier, but you guys are way past it now.
Well, hold on one second, Cola. I'm going to come back to you because I also want to hear just sort of we've been asking everybody sort of in general how you're feeling about Trump being elected. But Bonnie, did you have a response to what was being said first before we kind of move forward?
The same. There's 2. Maybe it's the tone of voice used or the situation. It's if somebody is arguing with me or attacking me or being mean to me, if I say "bless your heart," it's not the nice way. But
I saw you come out with a "bless your heart" for the first time recently. I'll just leave it at that. But I knew what you meant.
If it's somebody that is really having problems and or they're really upset about something, then that "bless your heart" is for real. I'm putting blessings on your heart because you're suffering. So yes, there's a difference.
Right. All right. Cola, I'd love to hear from you. What are you feeling about everything going on right now? Take care, Wild Adventure.
Well, that's kind of what you were talking about earlier, and that is what I was going to say. It was about you were saying, well, what's different and why is it, but what I think truly, and it's just an opinion, I think that there was a lot of cheating. I don't think she did as well as they say, this 50-50 something. Oh, and he barely it was just about a little bit. And I don't believe that at all. I think that they're louder people, but they're not as many people. And so for example, the people let's take older men that were going to actually vote for Biden. I don't think those same older men were going to cast a vote for Kamala. I think that's where they're going to be like, well, no, I was going to vote for Biden, but not going to. I'm just saying, just based on some of the older men I know personally. And anyway, I just think that there was still cheating, and they was too big to rig. The early voting put it. He specifically said he wanted that done. It was a strategy to keep so much cheating, to keep it at bay, because before they had a gauge to let, well, how do we catch up? Well, how much do we need to catch up? But the early voting wasn't all of the people that voted. I really do believe that there was still cheating, but there was just, what were they going to, they couldn't, more new people, more new Republicans voted for the first time in this election.
Yeah, I think it makes good points.
A lot of points were already made that I did agree with. They changed some laws, not as many as they probably needed to, but they did change some. A lot of things changed. People were watching more, and there's just a lot of that, things did change. A lot of little things changed. And also, like I said, I think they lost a lot of Biden voters when they switched to Kamala. And, I really do believe there was still cheating, but they couldn't cheat enough. It was literally.
Well, yeah, I think that's a good thing to point out. I agree. I mean, I'm sure there had to be, because why would they stop all of a sudden? That's what I'm saying. There wasn't enough change lawfully to enforce that there not be cheating. So.
And it just couldn't have been. Some of the places, like, it's funny. I feel like it would have been an even more huge blowout. And they did that but that's just my opinion. I don't know. I mean, I don't really know. Nobody really knows, but that's the way it seemed to me.
Yeah.
I feel like there's also this kind of the similar thing as 2016. There's a lot of people that don't want to admit it, that they voted for Trump. It's like unpopular or something, and they're just not speaking it out. And they are louder on the other side. Their voices are louder, but they don't have the numbers, in my opinion. But I don't, who really knows? That's all I wanted to say, because I didn't hear anybody saying they don't believe she got what she got. I don't. I mean, a lot of times, but that's just what I think. That's all. And also, I have the sweetest aunt that used to say, bless your heart, all the time. And she was so genuine, like Bonnie said. You'll say, and then my dog got sick, and then this, well, bless your heart. She did not mean it to be mean. But anyways, I'm done. That's it.
Yep. No, I think that's a good point. I don't think anybody had brought that up, and I think you're probably right. Good to see you, John.
A good point. Now I forget what it was. I can't believe it.
That cheating did happen, even if
it wasn't the cheating. It was something else.
Old men not wanting to vote for Kamala.
No, not the old men. God, I can't believe I lost it this fast. You said a lot of good things, Carla. No, I'm not talking about you again, sweetie. You're always good. But Carla, you made some really good points, but there was something that stood out, and I swear to God, between coming back here from the chat.
See, Snooks, and
I totally forgot.
That's part of the communication
way to go.
problem also, I think, is because, and I don't know if it's the radiation, I don't know what it is, but yes, you can be sitting there and you think of something, and when the talk keeps continuing, then it's gone. And I think that could be another reason that we interrupt, is because, wait, I don't want to lose that thought, blah, blah, blah.
I forget halfway through sometimes. I'm saying what I'm thinking, and I forget halfway through.
Yeah.
I've got one real quick if I can talk.
Yep.
Because we talked about, and I'm from the South.
That's one way. Oops.
I went to Chicago when I was 26, and I was with this other guy that was from Mississippi, and we were just two dudes, right? And this lady said it was reminding me of my mom so much, because my mom would invite anybody over for Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever. This lady said, do you boys want to have Thanksgiving with us? And we were like, yeah, we're starving, man. And in Chicago, not even in a good part of Chicago, but kind of a medium part of Chicago. It's called Highland Park. And she had turkey, she had gravy, she had everything. And it was like, because I always thought people in Chicago were probably crappy. You know what I mean? They were the nicest people I ever met in my life. And they loved their accent. They would say, just talk. And I'm like, I don't know. Mary had a little lamb. What do you want to know? But But that was the best. And Thanksgiving's coming up, and every Thanksgiving I think about that. And when I came back home, and I wrote them a letter saying thank you. It is like 3 years later. I'm saying thank you so much for that wonderful Thanksgiving we had. And I got the saddest letter back from her husband saying that she had passed away. And it was freaking horrible.
Yeah. Oh.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm not getting your point, but I'm very sorry that it made you so sad.
Well, but it was the greatest Thanksgiving I ever had in my life.
Oh, okay. Because you were appreciated by somebody you didn't really know.
We didn't know them people.
Well, there you go. You give out love, you're going to attract love. You give out positivity, it's going to come back to you.
They had a guitar there, and their son played a little bit of guitar, and I picked it up, and it was like nailing it, man.
It was good to hear from you, Cola. I'm glad you came up.
Good to have you up
Yeah,
here.
we like Cola.
So, can we get back to where we were?
Yeah, actually, really quickly, Dan, if you would pull up that first video, I want to pull up it's a quick vid, and
Can I ask,
it's actually.
Is anybody breaking up, or is it on my PC?
I think it's on your end.
Okay, because I'm hearing people breaking up, so it must be me.
See if you have anything else running that you can close down. That sometimes helps.
Okay.
Sometimes when that happens to me, I'm fixing to get booted.
Right, D-Dog. Yeah, Bran, if you can pull up the first video that's back there. It's just a quick one, but this is one from Mr. B when he was up on Steve Harlowa's panel, and he had some kind of predictions on which way he thought things might be going, like the possibilities he saw with Trump. And it's basically what I think are the possibilities as well, and still the case. But I thought it was just a good reminder. I think maybe Bran might have stepped away. I'm going to see if I can share it. Hold on 1 second.
Nope, I was just being slow.
Oh, okay. It happens. Thank you, Bran. All right, let me take this down before you play it here, and then I'll mute. Okay, go ahead.
When it comes to President Trump, felt with three possible scenarios. Scenario number one, President Trump is with the good guys fighting the evil, possibly going to come back and put an end to all that's been going on, not just here, but globally. He's a good guy about to save us from annihilation. Scenario number two, part of the plan, willingly to distract and divide us even further. Powers to be are still in charge. Number three, which scares me more than any of them. I mean, if we look at what they've been doing to us with the misinformation, the brainwashing, the endless wars. What if the evil and the powers to be are that smart that they figured out a way to get what they wanted out of him by pushing his buttons and making him do the things that they wanted him to do, unwittingly doing for a distractive purpose and a divisive purpose? Then that's a lot more scarier than any other scenario. With his intellect, he is absolutely by no means a stupid person.
Short and sweet and to the point. But I thought I'd kind of refocus us a little bit too, if we want to continue talking about that. I think there are different possibilities, but where are you guys leaning on all of that? I mean, we've kind of covered it a little bit, but I think there's a lot more to talk about with that. What if he is in on it and it is a global agenda? Then what do we do other than continue living our day-to-day lives? Thoughts?
Right. I mean, I know that sounds redundant, but what can we do globally? And that's what I said a while ago, that I think we need to quit going to the summits and quit participating in
about that, Gigi?
The agenda.
Well, and there's another thought too. What if he is going to get taken out in one way, shape, or form still before he becomes president? At this point, I think lawfully it would go to Vance, right? Vance would then be president.
That's the way I understand it. It would go to the vice president. And so have we really looked into Vance?
Yeah, I was I'm just very what's the word? Pessimistic, I guess, about any of them. But I did watch the video of Hillbilly Elegy about his life. It's based on the book that he wrote. I have not read the book yet. And then in many interviews with him, including on Rogan and a few others, I don't know. I get a pretty good impression of him. I think he's more of an everyday man, if you want to look at it that way. And that makes me more keen to trust him. But I don't know. Right, Shelley? I mean, do you guys have red flags up about Vance, or where are you on him?
I don't know about Vance. I haven't been looking into him. But listening to Trump's speeches since the election, two of the things concern me. Oh. And I haven't looked into there was a video, I think I might have sent it to you, and in it, in the middle of it, it shows the Israeli flag and it says research Israel, which I haven't done. And his total support of Israel is one thing, and then starting the state fairs. That's kind of like... Yeah.
I have a video of him saying that. If we want to pull that up, I'll grab that link for a second. But yes, that is something really interesting that I think is a kind of a funny thing at this point for him to have brought up. Just with where we're at right now, it seems like sort of I don't know, it just seems to me like there's got to be more behind that. Brand, if you can pull up this video, I'm just going to put a sloppy link back there. That'd be great. It's just a 3-minute video, but it's of Trump saying how he's going to bring back the world fairs. But do you want to tell a little bit more about what you've been looking into about that, Bonnie, before I share this video?
Okay. Well, I remembered years ago, someone had brought up the fairs, and they kept showing the buildings, how they were constructed, and they were like far beyond what they should have been in that time, with just horses and buggies. And then another one was about the rituals that were done at these fairs. And one of them goes into mentioning like all of it.
Mike, come on up. One of the last video you sent me, I haven't watched yet, but I have that on this list. I thought we could play that maybe after this one.
Okay.
And I haven't even seen it yet, but I have heard in the past a lot of different theories about the World's Fairs, including the technology that was involved that doesn't match up with what we were told about the technology they had at the time. And then also some things that have to do with Moloch and some rituals that were involved as well. Lowry, thanks for coming back up. Really quickly, Mike, if you want to come up, the link is pinned. You are always welcome, and I'd love to hear what your scenario is. If you can't come up and you want to just put it in chat, you're more than welcome to do that as well. Chuck, I'm not sure what thing you were saying, but yeah, perfect. Thanks for coming up, Mike. There's a lot of things that I've seen in the last 4 years that I still see moving forward. So I'm glad a lot of us are kind of starting to see or have been seeing through a lot of the BS.
Well, and that's what I've learned in this past 5 years with everyone here is all the information that has been gained and the knowledge, we can't forget it. And so for me, it's making me look deeper into everything. And it's also making me look outside of the box. Like, okay, what if it's this, or what if it's this, or what if it's this?
Exactly.
You know, we can't just take everything as, whoa, this is it. We're going to be great again. I I think it's going to take all of us working towards that. I don't think,
I think
even if he has every intention of doing great and doing great things, I don't think he can fix it by himself. Doesn't it still have to go through Congress and Senate? Doesn't he still have his judicial system set up there to check him? And
Right.
so he doesn't have the complete full power, but enough. And that's the thing. Even, okay, we all blame Biden, but it wasn't just him. It's the whole administration. It's that every single one of them had a part in doing what has happened to us the past 4 years.
I'll check that out later, D-Dog. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for coming up, Wolfgang and Mike. Really quickly before we jump into this video about the World's Fairs and kind of shift gears a little bit more, do either of you want to kind of give a general response about how you're feeling about him being elected? And I know, Mike, you'd said in chat that you have a scenario that maybe we haven't covered.
Oh yeah, I got a good one for everybody. The BRICS is up and coming, and it's projected to topple the U.S. dollar. When it does, all of the trillions and trillions of petrodollars are going to come flooding back to the United States and hyperinflate our currency. They just had a big BRICS meeting not that long ago where they discussed what their new currency was going to look like. So this is a definite. This is happening, and I think they allowed Trump to win this election because they want the Republicans to take the fall for the death of the dollar.
Yeah, I have heard that theory, and I've thought about that a lot myself. I think it's possible that he's being and that was kind of one of the scenarios Mr. B said, that he's being manipulated himself. And I think that's possible in a weird way that makes me almost more optimistic about him gaining the presidency, that maybe he can do more to stop their plans, which I know is what a lot of people believe about him. I don't know. I think there are very long-term plans in play, and it's hard to see the whole picture when you're standing on one piece of the puzzle,
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I agree, Amir. It's not and I think that's where some people think, if you have this perspective or you see things this way, that I'm being negative or I'm being fearful, but I don't think facing reality is being fearful. I just think it's, I can't help the way I see things. And like Bonnie was saying, I've said this too. I don't think I know everything. I definitely think I could be wrong about my perspective. I could have cognitive dissonance. I've had it before, so I think that it's something I hope a lot of us will do, is try to keep an open mind. And that's why I do, I highlight comments here and have people in chat that I completely disagree with, but I think it's important for us to continue to take in that information in different perspectives, because like I keep saying, it's divide and conquer. They don't want us to be finding the common ground or figuring out the bigger truths together.
Absolutely. I think the best thing that folks can do is diversify, and don't keep all your eggs in one basket. That's the best way to get your heart broken.
Right. Yeah. And Carl had said, we'll soon see by Trump's deeds, which way it goes and where it really stands. And I agree. And Sal just pointed out, free the January 6th prisoners. I think that would be a huge step in the right direction. And we'll see what he does on day one,
Absolutely.
Well, he does stick with what he said he was going to do. He did it last time he was in. So we'll see if I really, like you said, Manny, I really hope that he releases the people from January the 6th, because he did say he was going to do that.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Vivek is another one to keep an eye on. I've been impressed so far by a lot of things, but he's a little more polished than I can trust fully, to be honest.
Well, I do want to make a comment about Camila. For some odd reason, I think deep down inside her, she didn't want to be president.
Say that again. I'm sorry, Wolfgang.
I don't think Camilla wanted to be president. I think it was a facade. It was just a show game. I really don't think that she wanted to. She didn't go out and do much of anything.
I agree with you on that. She didn't want to do it. She was relieved when she lost.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't honestly, deep down inside her soul, I don't think she wanted to do this.
Nope.
I think the left's a little too accepting of the victory right now. They're kind of everything's going to be fine, and it seems really sketchy to me that they're so accepting of this and not challenging and not like melting down right now. It seems to me in my heart of hearts like it's a setup. And I know folks in the chat, especially Rich, said that the US dollar is, the whole world revolves around it. And you're absolutely right, Rich. You're absolutely right. It is the world's reserve currency. And the BRICS' goal is to unseat the US dollar and make us a second, third, fourth class country, because they're going to put out a gold-backed currency.
Good to see you, Sharon.
People are going to flock towards that because it gives one thing that the dollar can't, and that's stability.
Yeah. And that's if you look at it as a global plan, which is the perspective I do tend to lean towards, then that's what they do. They create chaos and then present the order. And that's just one way I see that they're doing that right now.
Absolutely.
And we've got nothing in Fort Knox right now. Nothing is in Fort Knox. There's no gold there. None.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Rich says we will never go electric currency, not digital. And I think I know for a fact that everybody now has a FedNow account attached to their bank account. It's not active yet, but they're already created. They're already there. There's already one in your name waiting for you for them to flip the switch.
Right. And, and I some people I know, maybe because it's Trump and they have trust in him. And if, you guys up here, let me know. But when we talk about digital currency, I have so much resistance to that because I see there being so much ability for control. Like we were talking about with technology and, Elon, we were talking specifically about him, but the technology can be used for good or evil. And most things are presented in a way that makes us want to accept it for the good, but then they're shifted and used for evil. That's what I see with any kind of cryptocurrency is a means of control that we might welcome in, but won't be used in a positive way in the future.
I agree.
Yeah, CBDC and UBI is a trap. It is a trap.
Right.
What if you have nothing but digital currency and all of a sudden it gets cut off? You're doomed.
I don't understand this digital currency bullshit. If you can't touch it, to me, it's not real.
Well, then you put somebody like the Fed in control of that digital currency. And you're at the will of them. Whatever they say goes. If they say you can't spend money, you're not spending money. Simple as that.
Yeah, kind of like what they do and what they're trying to model it after is what China's doing. Is that social credit scores?
Absolutely.
Like for instance, if you happen to say something on social network that they don't like, they can shut your bank account down. Or did you hear about that one guy that had had all this stuff on like some. Was it some like a Google account or something like that? But they made some mistake and everything. His security system for his house went down. His bank accounts went down. His phone went down. Everything went down because they just made one clerical error. But I mean, that could happen to anyone when everybody becomes in that digital currency. And and then on top of that, everything's being tracked. Every single purchase, like if you go to the flea market and you don't pay cash and you pay the digital currency, they'll know exactly how much you spent at the flea market. You know what I mean? And then they'll tax you for it.
Data. Yeah.
You cannot sit there and, like, for instance, me, I try to make whatever I can off the books. You know what I mean? So if it comes down to a digital currency where that we have no choice but that, then everything that I try to do will be taxed, and also tracked.
I mean, I
Absolutely.
feel bad because I don't remember the last time I had cash in my pocket. I always use a credit card, always. So that's digital.
Not that
You know,
different, right?
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's by design. I mean, do you guys remember when they first started introducing? I remember I first saw it at like Safeway and Albertsons, but at grocery stores, like you'd put in your phone number, and that was how you could get discounts. And so they went from physical coupons. They started moving to that more like becoming a club member, even if
Yep.
there was no payment for it. That was all a way to track our spending too. And
Yeah.
I think that was kind of the very beginning rollout of, again, these long-term plans in play.
I think if you
You
really
remember what happened up in Canada when they had that protest while all the truckers were protesting and stuff. They shut down a lot of people's bank accounts that were involved, or even giving gas to these people. You know what I
Yep.
mean? So
Yeah, there
good
was
point.
a point when I was calling up my bank and asking, hey, do I get to keep my account?
Yeah, it's
I had
crazy, man. They
legitimate concerns back then.
they are
Right,
they are
right.
tracking and tracing everything you do, everywhere you go, everybody you talk to, every conversation you have. If you're wearing a smart watch or a Fitbit, they're tracking your heart rate. They know when
Yeah.
you get upset. They know when you're calm. They know when you're asleep. They know when you're awake. If you want
Same thing with-
freedom, take your connected devices and throw them in the garbage and live a free life, untethered to all of these electronic things. It's the only real freedom you can get anymore.
It's almost impossible, though. I mean,
It is.
I have goofy stuff. I don't have one of those Alexas or Sirius or whatever things that listen to you, but I got a cell phone.
Okay.
And man, I could be thinking about going and buying a basketball, and all of a sudden, basketballs come up on my computer screen. You know, no lie, man. I'm not lying to you. It's like, how do they do that?
While you
Yep,
guys
I
are
know.
talking about this, I almost did this in my spam report, but I was reading about I think it was like the top 10 best TVs, but then I decided
There's a
to
rabbit
look
hole, Cheryl.
into the cameras that are built into the TVs,
Mm-hmm.
and yes,
And
there
way
are
more.
cameras.
There
There
are
are cameras in your TV. Not all of
Yeah.
them. Not
And
all
there are
of
cameras in a lot of everyday devices that are made in China. They've been proven that there's, I mean, like things you wouldn't think of, like a fan or
Oh,
and
yeah.
microphones
any
and
electronic.
microphones.
If
Right.
it's a
Right.
smart device, it's designed to record your activities, record your location, record every sound you make
Right,
around.
it's
That's why
especially
they're
with
so
the
cheap.
TVs. Especially
There
with
is
the TVs, they're programmed. If your TV has a camera on it, you can find it. Okay. Now, what the camera for this TV is supposed to do is record what you watch constantly. That's what they say.
Algorithms.
Thank you.
there's a way to actually still access your camera and your microphone on your cell phone, even if you have it turned off and the battery is taken out.
Holy hell.
Right.
Yep.
But I mean, Big Brother is watching us
Absolutely.
all the time. All the time.
Yeah, Spike, we kind of talked about this earlier. I think that Neuralink, if it's not the mark, I think it's at least setting up the technology for the mark or the B system, whichever way you want to look at that. Welcome
It's
back,
the
15.
beginnings of the Matrix right there.
The link to that, where you don't need their Neuralink, is the new AIs, the new AI assistants. They're going to be pushing those things on everybody. They're going to be built into everything. Your computers, your smartphones, your laptops, your tablets, and they're going to be your best friend. They're going to make your life so much easier, and they're going to get to know you so well that they will be able to read your mind.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the
Two
thing.
things
It's
here.
like they don't.
Hold on a minute, real quick. Shelly, much love. Thanks for being here. Busy pointed out they've been doing it for years in China. I think you're talking about like the CBDC and the tracking. You know, in China, they are using that already, that system. I think they're
Yeah.
testing it there. And they're also, is what I think, for a global purpose, but they're also using facial recognition. And there are some theories, some of those rabbit holes from during COVID, where they said that's why they picked that 6 feet apart, because why we were forced to cause masks that scientifically it's been proven and people knew then don't make any effect against COVID, was because they were training the facial recognition to be able to identify us by our gait and by our eyes.
Oh,
yep. And that's exactly what, people can think that's crazy, but that's exactly how they use it in China already.
It is. It is.
I
And I think
noticed.
China is like the proving ground for all of this stuff
Mm-hmm.
because they're communist and the people, even if the people revolt, they wouldn't care. You know, they can revolt all they want. They're still going to, keep the draconian measures going.
Yeah.
I noticed the last few days just going to the store and back, the people are wearing masks again. You know, a lot of people. And I'm like, something going on I don't know about? You know, what the hell? You know?
Gigi, that's what some people have thought. That was kind of the image that was put out for a long time, is that the mark of the beast is putting a barcode in you. And I think that, that might be part of it. But what it says in the Bible, correct me if I'm wrong, or if anybody wants to pull it up. But it says that you won't be able to buy or trade without the mark of the beast, and it'll be in your right hand and your forehead.
Yep.
So there's some people who that's going to be like a tattoo of a barcode. Some people have thought it'll be a microchip. Some people think we already have it with our smartphones. We hold it up to our head and we have, most of us are right-handed.
And what do you do if you don't take it? You're going to starve. If you don't take it, you're going to starve. So that's,
well, if you don't take
that's
it,
if you're, that's only if you're dependent
at the underground markets. We'll take care of you. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's only if you're dependent on the government to feed you. But the thing is that, a lot of this stuff that they don't want us to, they want to get it past the point of actually like in your cell phone or in your smartwatch. They want it in your body. All right. There's a lot of stuff that's called smart. There's a lot of stuff called nanotechnology and smart dust that they're just putting out into the sky that we're breathing in, eating in all the time. And this stuff actually incorporates into our body. It's also a part of that aluminum and strontium and all this other types of metals that are we're breathing and eating all the time. And then on top of that, a lot of the mRNA stuff that technology that they're putting in produce right now. And then that's another thing too, that those metals in your body become an antenna. All right. And they can remotely control these technologies.
Right.
The thing is, it's like, I was trying to tell people this fucking like 10 years ago, but people don't seem to want to listen to what I have to say. But,
No, I think a lot of us have been talking about this. You get into these rabbit holes though, and then there's so much misinformation that people get confused on what to believe, which is why I think none of us can say we have all the answers, and we have to keep having the conversations. And some people might be coming to hear these things that have never heard any of this before, whereas others have known this for a lot longer than I have.
Absolutely. The truth is definitely out there. It's obscure to say the least, but I think just like you said, Indy, not every one of us know, but if we can all kind of work together and not get so caught up in the details, maybe we can put some of the pieces together.
Yeah.
Try and work it. If we sit just the way we're sitting here right now talking about this, sit here and work through, okay, everybody has shared.
Interesting. What to cat.
Yeah. What you believe, what you read, whatever. But share what we know with your opinions. I can't prove it. Can you guys? We can read it.
I'll tell you this. If you just actually start browsing around in the U.S. Patent Office when it comes down to that and start looking at patents, and you start looking at the technology that is already patented. What was that one? What was it? The 060606 or something like that is the Bill Gates put out there is like making our bodies actually to mine cryptocurrency. It's a patent that he's developed to using our human bodies to mine cryptocurrency. And that's
So
just
I
one
gotta
patent.
ask this. Okay, what made you look something like? I mean, how did you hear about
Because
this? Where did you?
I'm curious. I'm curious.
Okay. No,
I like to look these
I
things
am
up.
too. I'm just
Yeah.
Good to see you, Paul.
Yeah.
maybe I'm a little naive. I don't know. But I'm just because I listen to a lot of different people on different channels, and everybody's got their ideas of what's going on, and it's like, okay, but and some of it's out there.
If you can do it,
And
Brenda,
I
that's the
just try to
dream.
wrap my brain around it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Well, and that's the hard part. Oh, I was going to say that's the hard part is that they've given us so much misinformation. It's like really, and that what's that quote? Who is it that said that? Was it who said that quote about once you can't believe anything, that's when the plan's complete? Basically, it's when you can't trust anything.
The head of CIA,
Yuri Bezmenov. That's when ideological subversion is complete.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, also like the head of CIA says, when everything that the average American believes is actually false, we know our disinformation program is working. That's what the head of CIA.
I thought it was Yuri Bezmenov.
Well, I think they probably quoted each other too, because there's a lot of people that were in on plans for a lot longer than most of us.
Yeah, they all shake hands and screw the American people.
Right.
Their favorite thing.
And the reason I say this, and trust was thrown in there. I don't trust a damn thing I hear.
Thanks you, Eric. Love your content, by the way.
Well, that was the thing too. I was going to say also, unfortunately, I mean, people don't have really any excuse to really not know this knowledge, because you got all this knowledge at your fingertips right now. But even then, it's being scrubbed. A lot of this information is being scrubbed from the internet so they can control the narrative, control their agenda, because they don't want to have dissenting views. They don't want to have anybody actually doing research and actually finding out the truth. Because they'll put it out there, they do it all the time. They do it out there. They put it out there and for everybody to find. But they rely on you not doing the research. They rely on you just staying ignorant.
And they put it, and
we're on all the list.
Yeah, and they put it in such a fashion that it takes a scholar to understand what the hell they're saying. I don't understand half of the BS that the government puts out.
The legal jargon, it's ridiculous.
When they pass a bill, 300 pages, are you going to sit and read 300 pages of what this means?
Love it busy.
Well, what was that last one? It was over 5,000 pages.
Right. And they voted on it before they accepted it, the bill. Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Was it Maxine Waters or was it no? It was
Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. Even the Congress, before they pass it, a lot of times they don't even read it, because what was the last one that was just recently? It was like 5,000 pages. Who's going to sit down in the time allotted that they got this thing? Who's going to sit down and read 5,000 pages and go through it
48 hours.
Check it? Yeah, in 48 hours.
So
basically.
what is it then? Yeah. Who's going to bullshit a bullshitter?
That's all they do there in Washington is just bullshit everybody.
Yeah.
Bullshit, pass things off, get rich off the American people and insider trading, and then, stay in as long as you can because you still get that insider information. And then once you're filthy rich, once you're filthy rich and you got a tax haven, you step out and you say, "Oh, it's somebody else's turn to get rich."
Right.
That's true.
My niece will do it. That's the way it goes. Though he's a family member.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the other thing I was thinking about with Camila. Okay, she's been in cahoots with the government for 8 years.
Oh, longer than that.
She got maybe longer. But let me finish what I'm saying. So the other thing was, besides her saying or thinking maybe in her mind, I really don't want to be president, but you know what? I've been vice president 4 years. I made some money and I didn't do a damn thing. I'm good.
No, I honestly, on that level, I was sitting there thinking, and I was like, I think that one of the reasons why they're acting the way they are is because they're trying to put themselves like in this perception of the high road. Oh, we're taking the high road. You know what I mean? We're going to be the bigger man. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. But it's all a front. You know, because they saw
right, and we know that, and especially with the concession speech that she put out, she didn't have no really salad words that time. I was like, holy crap.
I think there was a lot of like hidden meaning in some of her words, though. Remember, like Bush talking about the 1,000 points of light, and she was talking about the what was it? Brilliant billion points of light. There's a lot.
Hillary Clinton did the same thing.
Yeah, we're talking about all the stars. I mean, there's a lot of symbolism in stars with them, and there's a lot there that was below the surface.
Well, I mean, you know, the first time I heard the words "New World Order" that was uttered out into the public realm is when George Bush Jr. Mentioned it. That was the first time I heard about it. You know, I mean, or in the public realm, put it that way, because they didn't, they kept it on a down low and hush hush, like this is just our secret idea, you know. And then when George Bush actually, you know, put it out there in the public, then everybody, no, it's not a conspiracy theory. This is what they've been working on for a long time, you know. And when this digital currency is part of it, and the AI system is part of it too. You know what I mean? The AI system is actually everything that's smart, you know, like smartphone, smart car, smart dishwasher, smart refrigerator, doesn't matter. Everything that's smart is part of the neural network of the AI. And this will all become like, it's all part of the plan. That's why they had to implement 5G and beyond, is simply because they needed more broader bandwidth to actually accommodate the AI system. You know, and then digital currency has to come into play. They need the broader bandwidth to actually accommodate the digital currencies. You know what I mean? It's all part of the plan. It's just step by step.
Sorry. And like you said, they've been doing it forever. This isn't anything new.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, you know, they were, you know, when they were doing that, saw this in the chat. It just reminded me as Agenda 21, you know, and you had the was it Agenda
Event
21, Agenda 2030, Event 201. You know, this was all part of the plan. Actually, I think Bill Gates just actually recently had another meeting that was on the same level as Event 201. So they're already on the planning for the next deal to happen.
Really quickly, I want to address something in chat. We were talking, some people were mentioning patents, and a good person to look into to follow patents is Dr. David Martin. He has been looking, I started kind of paying attention to what he was doing back at the beginning of COVID, and he was looking at a lot of the patents that had to do with that, but he looks at patents, you know, kind of for a living. And so he's a good person to go to for resources. And I don't know if he's still on YouTube, but Dr. David Martin, I'm sure you could find him on Rumble or other less censoring platforms. Yeah, a lot of good points being brought up. Thanks for coming up here, guys, and sharing, and in the chat too.
Thank you so much for having me, Indy.
Yeah, I was going to say, thanks for having me too.
Yeah.
Got a scruffy old man up here.
I'm glad you're here. It's good to have all of you part of the conversation.
No, I love chatting with you guys. It's all good.
You know, I always appreciate you, Indy.
Well, thanks. Likewise. Yeah, Bonnie made the point Trump endorsed Bitcoin. And that's another thing that I don't agree with him on, you know, and I'm just because I don't agree with him doesn't necessarily mean that he's part of their plan. But when I see him pushing forward things like freedom cities or bio tracking for everyone, or, you know, pushing before this, the Project Warp Speed, and not for a very long time doing anything to speak out against vaccines. And there's a lot of things that have built me not trusting him. And I think we just need to keep an open mind.
Well, like I've said, I looked at it this way. I didn't expect Trump to be the president the first time around, but running this country is a business. He knows how to run a business. But then you have people say, well, he went bankrupt. A lot of people go bankrupt, but he's been successful with what he does.
If you look at it, you know, and that's one argument people will say is that, well, he, you know, look at how much he suffered, but how much has he really? I mean, there's a lot of, if he really is in on this plan, then there's, you know, not a lot has actually panned out against him. Really, it's looked that way, and it's, you know, that could be part of a psyop, but he hasn't really had to pay up much of anything. Even I think there was one bill he did have to, I don't remember now the amount or which even trial it was, but it was like right after that happened, Truth Social stock went up the next day, like a huge percentage, and he gained more than that just in the value of that, his stock increasing.
Okay.
So it seems like there's always some balance to where he doesn't actually end up with any real consequences.
Did you see this, how the stock shot up once Trump was confirmed the winner? The stock market shot up. It went down today, though.
Thank you, Robbie.
So,
why is that, do you think? I don't know.
The cat was saying something about Space Force in this last comment. It's frequency and light wave forms.
Thank you,
and
Michael.
Light waves that have effects unknown.
Say that more time, Bonnie.
The last comment that I saw him say, it's frequency and light wave forms and invisible light waves that have effects unknown. So I guess that's another thing that could be good or bad. I mean, if it's the free energy that we know is out there, that's a good thing. But if it's being used against us, that's a bad thing.
Bonnie, have you ever noticed, I don't know if they do it in your area or whatever, but have you noticed that a lot of these street lamps are not like the regular orangish looking lights anymore? They're this bluish looking light now. You ever noticed that?
Yes. And also,
that's part of that light spectrum that you're talking about, actually.
Also on the trip, let me see if I still have it pulled up.
I didn't know that in Tennessee, that's already the case. That's the way I think it should be everywhere. Single issue bills.
No.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it was intended in the beginning of this experiment, if you want to call it that. But yeah, that's how it was supposed to be at the first. But you know, then they got to the point where, you know, they wanted to push pork in. That's where it got bloated over the time. And now they push, like, you know, everything in the kitchen sink all at once, and you have to pass everything all at the same time. You cannot go individually. Well, see, that was what one of the parts of the Confederate Constitution was, to limit it down to each individual bill, you know, each individual thing, instead of putting it all in one big deal. You know.
Yeah, I'm going to address this. I agree with you, Wingnut. And like we were saying earlier, that's why they have these, you know, 1,000-page bills that they say, well, you know, vote for it, and then we'll accept it, and then we'll read it. But Tremor Bear said money, power, and sex is why leaders do what they do. But I think it's also the blackmailing because of things they've done with that already. So, you know, a lot of us know about what happened with Epstein and his clients, if you want to put it that way. If you know, they were manipulated because of the blackmail. And now a lot of that's coming out again with Diddy. But with Epstein, where are all the Johns? Where are all the people being held accountable for that? Nothing's come from that. I mean, really,
they're too
nothing.
powerful. They're too powerful.
And so will that happen with Diddy and the people involved in that? I mean, we have yet to see. But
Right.
There's some
Not holding
That,
breath.
names coming out on P Diddy though.
Well, rumor
Well, there
has
were
it that
names that came out over Epstein too.
there's
But
there's an Obama bombshell with the Diddy stuff. So
I wouldn't be surprised at all. But I mean, I
That-
think he's
So,
going to
nuclear,
so
man. That's nuclear.
Obama's wife is really a guy.
and oh, that's another thing. Thank you for bringing up the Obamas. But first, I have a question for Wingnut. Wingnut. While I was traveling, I noticed that on all the cell towers, you know how they put the white boxes around the cell towers? For what? I don't know. Well, now I'm noticing that they're covering them with these round white disc things. Have you seen that?
They look kind of like a dish, like like from like the Dish Network, like that kind of white dish. That's what it looks like to me.
Most likely it's probably just another type of an antenna. But the thing is, it's like okay, you got the 5G network and beyond, 5G, 6G, 7G, whatever. They have a different type of antenna and frequency range there on the gigahertz bandwidth. So the antennas look different, and they have to be closer together also. They're also trying on that same level, what you're talking about. They're also trying to disguise them as different things. All right.
Yeah.
There's also places like in California. I've noticed it mostly, like we're in the West, like in California, where they try to disguise them as like cactus, or they make it look like a water tower.
we have the pine trees here.
The pine trees or something like
pine tree cell tower.
Yeah. They try to disguise them to like where you don't notice them anymore. But it's just. Go ahead. Sorry.
Purpose of that would be nefarious, in my opinion. If it
is, it's technically a weapon system. If you want to know the honest truth, it's technically a weapon system. Even every bit of the technology that was created to create our cell phones and the computers was developed by the military to begin with. All right, it was all developed by the military to begin with. It's all a weapon system, against the civilians. That's why they give us a civilian version of it in a sense, but they use it. They're going to use it against us. That's why it's even the antennas that you're talking about, like the cell phone antennas and stuff like that. If you look at the actual hardware, just the coax that is connected to these antennas. This coax is actually thicker and more of a higher gauge than it is necessary for the bandwidth of the signals that are being transmitted back and forth. This is actually, so they can actually, kick something on, and actually, they were talking about, I can't prove it, but there's some of the stuff that was going on when it comes down to this mRNA scenario. And like I was saying, a lot of this nanotech and the smart dust stuff can be remotely controlled. They need that bandwidth and those gigahertz bandwidth to actually, to penetrate the skin, because the gigahertz bandwidth, if you think about it, actually the 2 gigahertz is actually the same frequency range that your microwave uses to cook food. All right. And then gigahertz bandwidth that they're using is 30 to 300, and the gigahertz bandwidth to use for like 5G, 6G, and 7G and beyond. That's what they're using. They're allocated. The FCC is allocated for them, and these things can actually penetrate the skin. All right, and you think about it. You think about the nanotech and stuff like that. If you actually look up what they call oh gosh, oh man, it slipped me for a second there. Was it hydrogel? That's what it's called. It's a microscopic robot basically that they're implementing into all this like mRNA type technology. That is supposed to actually manipulate and alter your DNA. All right, and this is another reason why they want to do that is because nothing that is natural can be patented. So if you can be altered, if your DNA can be altered in any way, it's considered synthetic. It can therefore be patented and owned. So a company like this, same thing that was it Monsanto? You know, it's the same reason why Monsanto can patent and own certain types of corn, because they've genetically enhanced it or modified it. Well, it's become synthetic, so they can own it. Well, if a company can actually modify and alter your DNA, they can own and patent you and your offspring, because
There
you'll
you
pass that
go.
on to your offspring. And then next thing you know, you'll have to pay dues in a sense to that company because you're owned by that company. I mean, this is all like, this is how
Right,
this is
Sal?
all
The
playing
birds
out.
aren't real.
And that is
Yeah.
insane. And so the Obamas leaving the country. So when I saw that, what the first thing that comes to my pea brain is
Genetically modified, also OJ.
they're not the only ones that are leaving the country. And what if they know something's up and they don't want to be here when it happens?
Well, honestly, Bonnie, in my opinion, when you start seeing all these type of people start leaving, like a mass exodus, like how you hear all these celebrities saying, "Oh, if Trump wins, I'm going to leave the country." I'm still waiting for that to happen. But when you start seeing that kind of thing, politicians or
Yeah.
any of these bureaucrats or anything like that start going into hiding in a sense, something's on the way.
Here in New York, I wait for the little Lear jets to start flying over, heading north. Then I know it's time for me to follow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like, you see all the birds flying in a certain direction, and then you hear the boom after it. It's like you should have been warned when you saw the birds flying. You know what I mean? It's kind of the same thing.
Watch the wildlife, watch the people.
Right,
well,
right.
Indy,
Yeah,
thank you for having me. I want to make my exit before you get to the music, sister.
Thank you so much for coming up, Mike. I think this is the first time you've been up on panel, and we've been on panel together. But
Yes,
I see you all around, and we get to know each other just from panel to chat. So thank you for being here.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Everybody have a great night. Stay safe, folks.
Hey, Mike, stay safe.
Yeah, and you guys, if you're not
good
subbed
evening,
up to
Mike.
Hudson Valley Prepping and Survival, please go check out his channel. You'll see some familiar faces there and a lot of great information of ways you can start if you aren't already prepping for whatever's to come. And that's not a fear tactic. That's like an insurance. So go check him out.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome back,
Somebody
Larry.
saying something about mosquitoes, and I had seen they had released, but that was quite a while back.
Yeah, they actually
they did that down here in Florida.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of those things that people, a long time ago, people thought was all rabbit hole conspiracy that now, they do openly if you're paying attention.
Yes.
I mean, even the stuff I was talking about, Bonnie, even the stuff that I was talking about, if you just look at, like I said, you start browsing around in the U.S. Patent Office, you can actually see the patents on all this technology. I mean, the mRNA, the nanotech, smart dust, the hydrogel, all that stuff. You can see the patents for these things. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's actually I've said it before. It's like, they have this technology. It's called the voice of God. And that's been around for many, many decades. All right. And they can use radio frequencies to actually create voices in your head. All right.
Yes.
And, and there's also a technology where they can actually implement voices in your head or like even incorporate into your dreams in a sense, where they can actually manipulate your dream state or your subconscious. So, there's a part of me that's also very aware of like, okay, is this really me thinking this? You know what I mean? Because I hear voices in my head. I know which ones are mine. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm also saying it's like, no, I'm not thinking that. That's not me thinking that. That's something else out there thinking that, or making me think that or something like that. I have to be very aware of these things, and I'm not trying to say I'm crazy or nothing. People might think I'm crazy. But these are real technologies that actually, has a patent behind it. And, a lot of this stuff, you think about all these weapon type systems that the government, and not even just America, but all the governments all over the world create. They're not going to just create these weapon systems and never use it. They're going to find a way to use it or figure out some reason to use it. All right. You know, it's kind of like, you know, the Philadelphia experiment. Do you think they just shelved that somewhere and did nothing else with it? You know what I mean? You know, for instance, no, they actually did a few more actual experiments of that and tried to actually make it better. Because the first time, I think the SWR, was a signal wave ratio was off, and that's the reason why it did what it did. But they've actually done better. And then you got Project Looking Glass, where they were actually using this to actually look into the future or into the past. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily a time machine, but it was actually a window into time. You know, and these are other technologies.
At the same time,
Really quickly, hold on, Bonnie. I just want to say I'm sharing some links in the chat. There are a lot of videos I didn't get to play tonight that will probably be irrelevant by next week. So there's a couple there I put in that have to do with kind of like what we've been talking about, or about some pessimism about what's going on right now. And one of them is there an ace up their sleeve? And then another one I put in the chat is the beginning of the end. And I'd recommend watching both of those videos. Another one that I put in the chat is a reaction to The View and others accepting the election results, and kind of ties in all together. But just some great resources if you want to look into these topics a little bit further.
Yes.
Well, you guys, it is almost time to switch to music. Do you guys want to pull up? I have these two videos about they're kind of brief about the World's Fair and the history of the World's Fair. If we want to pull that up real quick, we can kind of do that before, or we can just sort of shift gears and have our final thoughts.
Here's my final thought, because Trump won. Okay, either way, there was going to be some, excuse me, butt hurt people. So for the side that did not win the way they wanted it, they went, ah! That's all I'm saying.
And even with what Wingnut and I are talking about, there's counters. There's people are out there making are coming up with ways to counter a lot of that. The calcified pineal gland. There's ways to stop that.
Decalcify, right?
Yes.
Yeah, decalcify.
Yeah.
Stop drinking the fluoridated water. That's one way. Go ahead. Sorry, Bonnie.
And for changing the DNA, it seems like I just saw a counter for that. I mean, just listen to people, research it. There's gonna be ways. It's not all hopeless. That's what I'm trying to say. Is, you know, no matter what they come up with, they can think that they've got us. They can think that they're gonna do all of this, but and one thing for the voices, if you're hearing voices, just talk to the Lord more. I mean, open that channel and let that be the voice in your head.
The government wants the people to be stupid, and we are not stupid.
No, I see so much knowledge in this community. Right. It's amazing to me. But also look at things in every direction you can. Try to keep an open mind and absolutely no fear.
I agree with you there. Thanks, Bonnie. Okay.
I was just gonna say, go ahead and play those videos, man, because I mean, you know, I'll sit here and watch the videos that you were wanting to put, but then I'll jump down when you start playing music. I'll sit in the chat.
Yeah, they're pretty quick. Let's go ahead. We've been talking about them already, so maybe we'll just pull them up and have a response real quick and then be done with it. But this is just a 3-minute video, and this is Trump, like we were saying, announcing that he's going to be bringing back the World's Fair. Here we go.
3 years from now, the United States will celebrate the biggest and most important milestone in our country's history. 250 years of American independence. What a great country. We have to keep it that way. But that's why, as a nation, we should be preparing for a most spectacular birthday party. We want to make it the best of all time. Here is my plan to give America's founding in 1776 the incredible anniversary it truly deserves. On day one, I will convene a White House task force called Salute to America 250. It will be responsible for coordinating with state and local governments to ensure not just one day of celebration, but an entire year of festivities across the nation, starting on Memorial Day 2025 and continuing through July 4th, 2026. Second, I will work with all 50 governors, Republican and Democrat alike, to create the Great American State Fair, a unique one-year exhibition featuring pavilions from all 50 states. It'll be something. The Great American State Fair will showcase the glory of every state in the Union, promote pride in our history, and put forth innovative visions for America's future. My hope is that the amazing people of Iowa will work with my administration to open up the legendary Iowa State Fairgrounds to host the Great American State Fair and welcome millions and millions of visitors from around the world to the heartland of America for this special one-time festival. Together we will build it and they will come. Third, alongside the Great American State Fair, we will host major sporting contests for high school athletes. These are great athletes, wonderful athletes from fantastic high schools all around the country. These Patriot Games will allow young Americans from every state to show off the best of American skills, sportsmanship, and competitive spirit. Fourth, I will sign an executive order to bring back our National Garden of American Heroes, which we want to build very badly. Commission artists for the first 100 statues to populate this new statuary park honoring the greatest Americans of all time. Fifth, as president, I will invite the leaders and citizens of nations around the world to visit the United States in honor of our 250th anniversary. It's going to be great. America's tourist industry should get ready because we're going to have a lot of people coming. It will be a record year. And finally, and most importantly, I will ask America's great religious communities to pray for our nation and our people as we prepare for this momentous occasion. From the very beginning, America has been a country sustained and strengthened by prayer and by our communities of faith. As we chart a course toward the next 250 years, let us come together and rededicate ourselves as one nation under God. Thank you.
Okay, there it is. I saw a lot of the comments, and I think there's something to it that sounds encouraging. I mean, it's not that I don't see an appeal in it. I saw some comments earlier, people saying that maybe it's a way to introduce some of the technology that's been hidden from us until now, and maybe that's his way of that he's going to roll it out and reveal it, like free energy, or I know others have talked in the past about medbed technology and cures for cancer and for, things having to deal with frequency and healing. And maybe, I hope so. Wouldn't that be awesome? But I don't know. Just don't know.
Yes.
Much love, Ozark. Thanks for being here. Okay. You want to say anything about this next video, Bonnie? This is the one you'd sent me and I have not seen it yet.
That was the last one I sent you?
Yep.
Okay, this one goes more into the ceremonies that were held at those kind of fairs. So, it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. All right. This is about
among the Jewish Americans who...
Oh, sorry.
who understood the urgency of the rise of Nazism were Zionists, and they organized to rescue Jews from Germany under the auspices of the Jewish Agency for Palestine. The Romance of a People, which the Jewish Agency for Palestine supported and sponsored, was the highlight of Jewish Day at the Chicago World's Fair It was really something that there even existed a Jewish day at the fair. There were a lot of ethnic days, and we'll talk a little bit about how Jewish Day came to be one of them. But it was the highlight. It would use a chorus of over 3,500 people, colossal stage properties, as you can imagine, amplified sound, the very latest in lighting effects, music that spanned 4,000 years of Jewish history and experience in diaspora. And you may ask, how could a minority population coming under attack, as it was, assert its pride so forcefully at an international exposition? And the answer lies, I think, in the special conditions of the World's Fair that sought to bring the whole world into one concentrated space, but that is also in large part attributable to the men and women who created and pushed the production forward. And so the people behind the pageant, the producers, one really cannot speak of the romance of a people without speaking of one key figure who produced the pageant against resistance and in spite of the gargantuan undertaking it was to create a performance event that would fill Soldier Field. And that was Meyer Weisskall. Weisskall was then the executive director of activities in the Midwest for the Zionist Organization of America, and he was the producer of the pageant. He spearheaded it, and he was perhaps spurred on, he perhaps gained confidence because he had produced a very successful Hanukkah pageant the year before, actually just maybe 5-6 months before. And he felt that performance would be the appropriate representation of the Jewish people at the World's Fair. It was delivered as the Jewish expression of the fair's openly declared overall theme, which was science finds, industry applies, and man conforms. And it profoundly inserted Jewry into the fair's subtextual but omnipresent narrative of the march of human progress. Weisskall's path as a producer was not completely free of obstructions. The first obstacle to the romance's articulation of nationalist Jewish identity and purpose was a dominant trend in liberal Reform Judaism toward embrace of American individualism as opposed to nationalism, and the figuration of Jewish identity as a chosen religious confession. And this ideation of Jewish identity, focused on cultural assimilation and profession of faith, was on permanent exhibit at the fair in the Jewish booth at the Hall of Religion. And this other conception of Jewish identity, which was focused on cultural assertion and a revival of Jewish national life, became, in fact, the dominant representation of Jewish Day at the fair. A special day in which Jews as an ethnic group, like other ethnic groups, were given focus. Now, luckily, Weisskall wrote about this in his autobiography, which he published in the 1970s. He called it So Far. And he talked about plans for Jewish appearance at the fair and how they were delayed because the Chicago Jewish leaders were divided about the categorical definitions of Jewish community. Was it held together through religious belief and practice? Was it about biological inheritance, distinctive cultural behavior, some sort of combination? Jewish participation in the fair was delayed because there was this undecidability about exactly what Jewish identity was. Still, Weisskall was tenacious, and he gathered a team of writers, prominent Jewish Chicagoans, and performing artists, and he began to pull together the greatest live demonstration of Jewish national identity that had ever been staged. Brandeis professor Stephen Whitfield, expert on Jewish American culture, who wrote a foreword to the 2000 reprint of the fair program that the Chicago Jewish Historical Society put out, and it's beautiful. I highly recommend it to all of you. And he said that the script writers for the fair were apparently the Zionist publicist Maurice Samuel and Chicago's Rabbi Solomon Goldman, plus Weisskall himself. And we don't have a written text of the pageant or proof of this collaboration, but there is a synopsis included in the pageant program that describes each episode. And it would seem that if this threesome of cultural Zionist thinkers did collaborate on the script, that they probably balanced out one another's styles. Maurice Samuel was very good friends with Chaim Weizmann and Weisskall, and a prolific writer of both fiction and nonfiction. You may best know him for writing The World of Sholem Aleichem in the early 1940s, and did a lot of translation work. He had a piercing intelligence, often controversial. In 1931, he wrote a book called On the Rim of the Wilderness, The Conflict in Palestine. And he minced no words in his opinion that held Arab leaders in pretty low esteem. He accused them of incompetence and at best greed and power-driven manipulation of their own people.
All right, lots of interesting ideas there. Mr. B! Appreciate some of the comments here in chat having to do with that video as well. I don't know. I think there's very long-term plans in play. We watched as a backstage speakeasy the movie Metropolis, and this video made me think of Metropolis as well. I mean, that was one of the first long movies that was ever made, and it's about all of these same concepts we're looking at from the past and today. So, kind of backs up the whole, there's long-term plans.
Yes. But that's what I was like. Okay, as long as these fairs don't turn into that, where they're but we see it in every event that is held, the Super Bowl, the Olympics, all of it. They keep having these satanic looking rituals. Yes. So with the fairs, it's possible. I did see some for Texas, and big Tex was the thing that they were all. But is that an idol? I mean, they have this cowboy, and it changed over the years, but still it was like gigantic. And I don't know.
Bonnie, have you ever seen like old photos of like the past World Fairs and stuff like that?
Thank you.
Well, have you ever noticed that? I think there's only one thing I think this list still left. But have you ever noticed that every single one of those photos of all those buildings and all those things that they built for those World Fairs are all been burned down to the ground? I think there's only one thing still left, and it's the Eiffel Tower. It's the only one that's still left.
No, there's more than that, because the Space Needle was even built for a World's Fair.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, and there's a lot left, but it's remnants compared to what they actually built, and why would they tear them down, So there's a lot of weirdness with all of that.
A lot of them, they just burned them straight down to the ground.
I think there's a couple in Chicago that are still left, but that was, I guess, after the Chicago fire.
I think, but from what I understand through history, that I've learned that the Chicago fire was actually set. It was a deliberate scenario.
Yes, it's actually been compared to Maui. If you can imagine that.
Anyway, I'm gonna get down into chat. You guys have a good night, and I'll be in chat listening and all that stuff.
All right, thanks, Wingnut, for being here. Thanks for coming up and
no worries, Indy. No worries. I came in late, but I've been sitting in there just listening and everything. But you guys have a good evening.
Yeah, you too. All right. Okay, so a couple things really quickly. And I'm glad somebody brought this up in chat. It is Veterans Day on Monday, and I think it would be nice if I'm going to go ahead and do a little prayer for those who want to join with me in prayer for our veterans, and then we can just take a little moment of silence before we shift gears. And then the song that I'm going to play might seem kind of opposite of a lot of the conversation tonight, and especially knowing kind of where I sit with things. But I know a lot of people are really excited about the turnout of this election. And, you know, I've said many times, I hope I'm wrong in the way I see things going. I would love it if Trump really is, in one way, shape, or form, someone that's been chosen for this position and is really going to do a lot of the things he says he's going to do with good intentions. So I have a song that will kind of shift gears into the music part of things with about that. But okay, any final thoughts before I kind of go into our prayer for Veterans Day?
Nope, I just want to say thank you for letting me come up on the panel and
absolutely
BS with you guys.
Yeah, I really love it when you come up, and I try to catch you in as much as I can when you're live, Wolfgang. I really like your spam reports that you put out. We usually tend to see things the same way, so you know, it's good to hear your insights, and you get my wheels turning.
I just like to share.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Wolf.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right, if you guys would join with me here and there and out there in the chat and everywhere, those of you who pray, I'm just going to do a quick prayer. Thank you, Father God, for having us gather tonight. Thank you for being here in our midst. You've said that where two or more are gathered, you're here with us, and we have faith in that. We pray, Father God, that you would be with all of our veterans. There's all different reasons people join the military, but for all who serve, we're thankful. They all make sacrifices of their personal individual freedoms and sacrifices in their lives. And many of them had to face or have to face all sorts of things that many of us can't even imagine. We are grateful for those who have chosen to live that life and to serve our country. And we pray, God, that you would just bless them and help them to know that they are appreciated and loved. We also pray, God, that our government would help to provide for veterans, and that can be one way that our country changes directions moving forward, that they would be better taken care of and more provided for them in the way that as a thankfulness for the ways that they provided for our country. We pray, God, that you would help each person who's a veteran here in the chat and on panel and in our community to know that they are loved, and that you would help them to tell their stories. Sometimes veterans don't want to share the experiences that they've been through, but just like with everything, we learn from each other, and they have stories that need to be heard. We pray, God, for these things, and thank you again for your many blessings. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Okay, so here we go. Here's an optimistic song about Trump, just for all of you who are very excited and in support of him. Here we go. And these are two young women who are very talented. They have many songs they've done now about Trump and politics, but they also have some Christian songs and other originals and covers that they do. So please go check out their channel. Really talented young women. Here we go.
Hey, it's Camille from Camille and Haley, and I just finished writing a new Trump song. This was fun to write, so let me know what you think, and if you're voting Trump. If your cat's up in a tree, just as lonely as can be, and your dog is hiding out, 'cause the news has got around, our borders opened up to deadly criminals and drugs, while others stand in line for years to come in right. Trump will fix it. The left got in and broke it, for Trump knows how to fix it and deport all this crime. Our dollar's growing thin, can't buy the things that it once did. Feels like by design to destroy us from within. The greatest country in the world, trillions in debt and borrows more, printing money every day to make it seem like we're okay. Trump will fix it by drill, baby, drill and tariffs, by welcoming back big business for the second time. These jobs are bigger than one man, but Trump has got the winning plan. And I, for one, like no tax on tips. He's learned a lot the last 8 years, then took a shot to his right ear. The price he paid for getting so much fixed. gas prices and regulations and lower taxes and prison changes. No wars under his administration. Don't forget that he appointed 300 pro-life judges and 3 Supreme Court justices. He changed the game and he's a living legend now. And this may be a case that you can't keep a good man down. Trump will fix it. Biden and Kamala broke it. But Trump knows how to fix it. And he's gonna fight, fight, fight. Oh, Trump will fix it. If Trump says he will fix it, we know that Trump can fix it. And it seems he's got 9 lives. And he's gonna make America powerful again. We're gonna make America wealthy again. We're gonna make America healthy again. Make America strong again. Make America proud again. Make America safe again. And we will make America great again. God bless you. Keep voting. Christian conservatives, vote in every election. Please, please, please. And I believe we're going to see a change in this nation. God bless you. Mwah. See you soon.
All right. Beautiful song. Here's hoping. Cautiously optimistic. All right. The link is pinned for any musicians who want to come up and join the panel. We've got quite a great playlist tonight of music. We had done a patriotic theme 2 weeks ago last week for voting, and a Halloween theme 2 weeks ago for Halloween. So there's a long playlist tonight of music, but I would love to have more of you up here to perform live as well, or to share your videos. So come and join us, please. The link is pinned. And I agree, Rich, use your voice. Okay, this next song is by Dennis Lowry. It's one that he'd requested last week, and we played a different song of his that he sang with his daughter. But this is one that I really enjoyed, and I thought you would all enjoy it too. It's called How Easy. Here we go.
Well, I ain't nobody special, just a guy out here in Georgia singing songs about the things this whole world has put me through. Wish that I could say it's easy and that it's all hunky-dory, that I work all day to come back to a plate that's full of food. But this world is under fire, always something going wrong. Got $1,000 payment for a truck stuck in the lawn. So I just sit here and ponder what to do here with my life. How to treat my young kids better, how to make good with my wife. But if I had the guts, I'd go out and make my own kind of millions. I bet I'd have it easy for a while. Yeah, if I had the guts to go out and make my own kind of millions, I'd tell the world how easy that it was. Well, I try to keep distracted, try to find new things to do. Everything costs too much money now and I ain't got time to do them. I strive to do things better if I can, for heaven's sake, but we drive our family crazy with decisions that we made. Well, if I had the guts to go out and make my own kind of millions, I bet I'd have it easy for a while. Yeah, if I had the guts to go out and make my own kind of millions, I'd tell the world how easy that it was. Well, if I had the guts to go out and make my own kind of millions, I'd tell the world how easy that it was.
Wonderful. Absolutely love his voice and his sound, but also the lyrics and the messages of his songs. A lot of, just a good Americana in his music. Much love to you, Dennis. All right, this next one we're going to pull up is by Scars and Shadows, and it's one I've played here before, but I thought this one was very fitting again for tonight, and it's called Freedom. I love Scars and Shadows for so many reasons, but she has a voice that is so uniquely her own, and she just pours her soul into all of her music, and I appreciate that a lot about her. So here we go. This is Scars and Shadows, Freedom.
Like despair. Don't you fear a thing. Keep dreaming. The sand burns my eyes, haunting me, whispering freedom. Fading in the dark for me. Freedom. These words they fade, lightning striking everything. Freedom. Hurts like hell inside of me. Keep breathing. The fire, the smell. Forget what I see. Whispering freedom. World, it smiles, fading in the dark for me. Freedom. These words they fade, lightning striking everything. Freedom. Blood that spilled, save me from me. Keep screaming. The darkness fell, so hard to breathe. Whispering freedom. The world, it smiles, fading in the dark for me. Freedom. These words they fade, lightning striking
Absolutely. A lot of you making the same comments for words to describe that. Mesmerizing, haunting, good for your soul. Yep. Love it.
her voice.
I know. I love her. I love her voice, and I just love her as a person too. Beautiful. Okay, the next song we're going to be playing is by 15th Bend featuring Hetriani, and this is a song of his called theirs called "The Return," and I thought it was kind of fitting for tonight with that title. It kind of evokes that emotion that a lot of people are feeling right now. Here we go. Absolutely love that. 15th always just takes you on a journey. Hetriani too. Anti, if you could please drop Hetriani's link as well. And then under that song on the playlist, there's a short, or I'm sorry, not a short, but a short video by 15th Bend. And it's a tease, of course, from the tease himself of a song that he has scheduled to come out soon. And you can go find that on his channel, or Anti, if you want to drop that link as well. Keep you hopping for a second, Anti, but thank you. And he's singing in that one, which I love, because his guitar, 15th's guitar, it evokes enough emotion as it is, but then I really appreciate the lyrics and his voice in a lot of his songs too. So some things to look forward to always coming up from 15th Bend. Okay. Good night, Ducks. Much love to you. I also saw another tease that Imir's going to be going live and doing his live stream sometime this weekend. If you're not subbed up to Imir, he has started doing live streams. Please go check it out. A lot of great music. He's mostly been playing like mashups, which has been really fun. There's some great ones out there, and he's found some wonderful ones to share. A lot of good people in the chat. Go check out his channel. Right? Yeah, Shamrock, my kids are with you. Shamrock said, I didn't think I could ever love another artist like I love Pink Floyd until 15th Bend. And that my son, especially, both my kids, they've stolen my 15th Bend CD and they listen to it almost every night when they go to bed. But yeah, Pink Floyd and 15th are their favorites. And then Queen. Queen's like a third. But absolutely. Oh, well, we already did that, Dux. It was kind of towards the end of the last stream, if you want to go check that out, for Bill Bailey. I was really excited, just a side note, that Michigan went red, specifically for a few people's sake that I know in Michigan, but also in honor of Bill Bailey. Appreciated that. Okay, this next song is The Prodigal Son. And the reason I picked this one, this is by Delyn, and I love her songs. I love her lyrics. The messages of her songs, are really spot on so much of the time. But I thought The Prodigal Son was kind of an optimistic story to be hearing and thinking about right now. For those of you who might not know, the brief version of this biblical story is a son from a pretty well-to-do family. The younger son leaves and asks his dad for his inheritance before he's passed to take his money and go kind of live it up in a more material way. And he ends up blowing all the money and ends up so down on his luck that he ends up eating out of the trough with the pigs. And at that point, that's his low point. He says, well, even being a servant on my father's farm, it would be better than how I'm living now. And so he kind of, shamefacedly goes back home and is not sure whether his dad will let him back in or not. And the father, his father ends up not only accepting him back, but running to meet him and welcoming him with open arms, and ends up throwing a huge party in celebration of his son returning. And I was kind of thinking about the United States and our roots in faith and being a country that was founded on God and Christianity in a lot of ways, and the morals of Christianity. And I hope that we're at a point where we're the prodigal son returning, and that, we're going to be entering into that celebration. I really do. So as pessimistic and as fearful as some people think I sound, I do have faith that if it's God's will for this to be a positive thing, that it will be. So I just thought this song was very fitting for this time in history. Here we go. Delyn, The Prodigal Son.
He left in search for something new, a restless heart in the life he once knew. Years went by, but now he's back, and now he has a different view. Oh, the prodigal son, he returns with lessons he has learned. He's seen the world, but his heart still yearns for the life he left behind. He walks the streets that he used to roam, but everything feels like a foreign home. The faces he knew have all grown old, but the memories, they never get old. Oh, the prodigal son, he returns with lessons he has learned. He's seen the world, but his heart still yearns for the life he left behind.
Beautiful, Delynn. Thank you for that. Right? I know. Got a good mix of some kind of encouraging music tonight, too. This next one is a cover of Hurt by Ozark Drifter. And I love this song, Hurt. And I think most of us do. We all have gone through, different experiences that we can relate to this song. And I absolutely love Ozark's voice. So appreciate him doing a cover of this one. Here we go.
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all. My inheritor, I will let you down. I will make you hurt. I wear this crown of thorns upon my liar's chair, full of broken thoughts I cannot repair. Beneath the stains of time, the feelings disappear. You are someone else. I am still right here. What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all. My inheritor, I will let you down. I will make you hurt. If I could start again, 1,000,000 miles away, I would keep myself. I would find a way.
Well done, Ozark. Such an amazing cover of that song. I know a song, I really love a song when at the end I just go, You guys always miss that part. I feel it. And as it happened, we were talking about Bill Bailey in the chat during that, and rest in peace to Bill Bailey. He's just going to be so missed, and I'm just so grateful for the results. And I know he's celebrating in heaven. So I was really glad to see Michigan go red And I have a copy of his book. Some of you brought up, I have a signed copy from him, and I have not read it yet, but I'm looking forward to doing so. And, you know, as sad as it is to mourn, you know, to miss someone, we know where he is, and he knew where he was headed. And I just smile when I think of him. So I hope that's true for those of you who knew him. Yes, we are. We are Bill Bailey, right? Beautifully done, Ozark. Okay, we're just going to keep the videos going unless, Bran, you want to sing a song for us. You know you're always welcome. You too, Bonnie. Or if anybody else wants to come up and join us, the link is pinned at the top of the chat, and we'll just keep the music going. All right. This next one, let me see, make sure we're at the right one here. Okay, this is... Yes. Okay. This is a cover of a song by Night Ranger that is a cover done by Take Two Drum Covers, and it's "You Can Still Rock in America." And I was looking through his for something patriotic, and I thought this one was pretty fitting. So here we go. Please check out Take Two Drum Covers channel. He does amazing covers and is a great drummer, and just a lot of really great songs there to go through. Some that I'd forgotten about. So he kind of covers a wide range of music. Here we go.
About the record machine, I
Awesome cover there. Take two. Love that one.
Good
And what a great song. Mr. B, thank you so much for coming up.
Thanks, honey. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. It's been a good night so far.
Oh, yeah. Great show. I watched it all.
Oh, thanks for being here. I knew you were here, at least in and out, but appreciate, and good timing. Appreciate all our lurkers and all our replayers. Thank you for being here as well. If you are lurking or you do replay, please let me know. Leave a little comment and let me know you were here. I appreciate that. Some of you do, and I always am glad to know that it was you here. But thanks for everybody who's here. All right, Mr. B, you want to get in right away?
Well, absolutely, honey.
Got the stage.
Maybe we can get some of these singers and players to come up here and join us, you know?
Here's hoping.
Hi, everybody. How about a little different take on some Tracy Chapman to get it started?
Oh, I love it.
Well, I turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay. I turn right back around. But I don't want to leave it lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. I got your number. I know that you got mine. Yeah. You know that I called you. Girl, I called so many times. You can call me, baby. Call me anytime. You got to call me. Try, baby. Give me one reason to stay. I turn right back around. Yes, I will. Give me one reason to stay. I turn right back around. Well, I don't want to leave it lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Take away my life. Said I don't want no one to squeeze me. Take away my life. I just want someone to hold me. Well, rock me through the night. Well, give me
Tim, great to see you, brother. Girl, I turn right back around. Yes, baby, just give me one reason. Give me just one reason why I should stay. Well, I don't want to leave you alone, and there ain't no more to say.
Yeah. Awesome, Mr. B. That was fantastic.
That's a far cry from the original, right?
Right? I know. I was just going to say, I love how you made it your own. That was fantastic.
Thanks,
Good old-fashioned blues. I love it.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you so much, Mr. B. Emperism, how are you doing? Thanks for coming up.
No problem. Thank you. Just woke up, so I'm a bit dizzy.
Well, I'm sure you'll wake us all up with you in whatever journey you take us on.
Yeah, so let's see.
So, Emperism, I actually have to step away. I'll still be listening, but I have to step away from my computer for maybe like 8 minutes. You think you want to play that long? Or maybe do 2 songs back to back?
I can play 8 hours.
I was going to say, because I know I could listen to you play for an hour and it would feel like 5 minutes. So I thought this was perfect timing. If you just want to take over for a minute or 8 or so, then I would love that.
Why not? Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much for coming up. Always appreciate when you guys are here. Okay. I'm going to put you up here. There we go. And I'll be right back. But like I said, I'm still listening. I'm not going to miss out on this. And great job, Mr. B. Thank you very much. right. Empirism. Never
Wow.
disappoint. That's amazing. I
Holy
knew you were the right
crap.
choice for a takeover.
Wow.
Yeah. Amazing. Always, Emp.
Right? Yeah. I had
Thank
to
you.
lower it when I came on. It was like, whoa.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
I lost my count, so I don't know how long it was.
Now you're warmed up a little bit.
I had to turn my little fan on. It. He got me so worked up in here.
Right?
It got warm quick.
Yep, you're amazing. I always kind of tease because I think, he takes us on a journey, but I'm always picturing like outer space and galaxies and black holes and unicorns or something like when you play. You just take me somewhere good. I like it. Thank you, Em.
very much.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up, Glow.
Hey.
You wanna go ahead and go next?
Sure.
Awesome.
I'm ready. This is a new song I just learned for me that I just learned.
Great.
Let me get my settings. Hold on.
Yep.
Between software, I get confused now. Let's see. Sorry is all that you can say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily. Like sorry, like sorry. Forgive me is all that you can't say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily. Like forgive me, forgive me. But you can say, baby, baby, can I hold you tonight? Maybe if I told you the right words at the right time, you'd be mine. I love you is all that you can't say. Years gone by and still words don't come easily. Like I love you, I love you. You can say, baby, baby, can I hold you tonight? Maybe if I told you the right words, ooh, at the right time, you'd be mine. Baby, can I hold you tonight? Maybe if I told you the right words, oh, at the right time, you'd be mine. You'd be mine. You'd be mine.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. I love your
Thanks. I'm shaky because my prednisone makes me shaky.
Oh yeah, I've had that before and it has the same effect on me.
So I
Yep.
sound like I'm
But you sounded wonderful.
trembling. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Anti, for sharing out Glow's link and for all the links for the panel and the playlist, and for all my mods here. Appreciate you all. All right. Ken, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Much love. Okay. Good to see you, Ricorius. I think you're new to our chat. Welcome. All right. Snook says, you'd be mine. Yeah, I like Tracy Chapman too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just learning her songs. They're very
Yeah, she has a great voice. Bonnie, I know you had to hop down. Thank you so much for being up here on panel throughout the night. Appreciate you so much, sis. Love ya. Nope, I know. I think sometimes I get taken that way too. I don't think either of us or any of us don't have any hope. We just know where our hope comes from. Good to see you, Melted. Thanks for being here. Okay. Oh, a request if anybody wants to do a Johnny Cash song. There was a cover earlier, Ricorius, of Ozark Drifter doing Hurt. That was amazing. If you want to go back a little bit or go back later. Fantastic. All right. I'm going to go ahead and, oh, go ahead, Glow.
Huh?
Oh, I thought you were
I was just changing my picture.
Oh, okay. I love your icon, by the way. It's great.
Shimmer Soul made that for me.
Yeah. I have a friend who's been messing with the AI a little bit too, who made me, took my photo and made it into an AI, but it makes me look a lot younger than I am. I actually look like my niece. So I haven't used it, but it's funny because it really looks like my niece. Like it's like spot on.
How funny.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a song here. All right. This is by Mike and Dawn Janice. And this is a song of theirs. It's not their newest. I love their newest also, but I picked this one because, again, I thought the message was fitting for tonight, and it's called Don't Fret. And then, Anti, if you would drop the link, oh, I think I forgot to give you one of them, but if you would drop the link just under theirs in this, it's kind of a promo for their album that's going to be coming out soon, and it has a few different snippets of different songs. So you can check that out on their channel. And then I'll also drop a link in there for a site you can go to, a couple sites you can go to of theirs to check out. And Mike and Don, hope you're still here and listening. But this is a great song, Don't Fret. Here we go.
Fret about the things, my friend, that you can't control. Why toss and turn inside and vex your soul? You can poison your mind to death over what small people may say. Well, heed that small, still voice that can melt your angst away. Why focus your thoughts over small and stupid things? Clog your heart with stress and fear that worry brings. You know I've heard it said most things that you fear don't come to pass. But we bang our head on a barnyard door like a stubborn ass. Oh, now please try to have some faith. Don't fret your life away. Not hesitate to believe what you say you believe. Oh,
Beautiful. Such a great message. Love that one, Mike and Don, and really all of your music. Fantastic. Good to see you, Amy, Ricorius. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, wonderful. Right, Snooks? Okay. I tried to drop the links, but I think I was going between too many devices and they got wonky. Anti dropped the link to their mashup album release. You can go check that out as well. And then Anti put it in Discord. If you can grab the link to their Bandcamp as well and post it, that would be great. I think on Bandcamp is where you can go to hear it now. Fantastic. All right. Yeah. Thank you for being here, Mike and Don, too, and hanging out throughout the night. Appreciate you. Yep. Great guitar as well. I know I tend to look at the vocals more, but yeah, I don't want to overlook the guitar. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Let's see. I think we're back to you, Mr. B.
All right. Let me turn it on here. I wasn't going to cam up because I'm getting my Santa Claus going here. For...
Do you do Santa Claus?
Looking good,
I hope
bro.
that's true.
Looking good.
Right?
Ho, ho, ho.
You'd be a great Santa.
Yeah, I'm a little chubby burger.
That's not what I meant, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, I get it. I get it. It's because I'm jolly, right?
Yeah. Jolly in the beard and all. Yeah, you got it. You got it. All right.
All right. Honey,
I'll keep that in mind when we get to the Christmas season.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right.
We are in the Christmas season.
Right after
it's
Halloween.
Not even Thanksgiving yet.
I know. I try to wait till after Thanksgiving. Keep the
My
holidays.
tree's up and everything. Well, it's my birthday too, so I'll look.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, my son's birthday is right before Christmas, so we kind of take it all one thing at a time.
Thanks, busy girl. Yeah, I like that version. That's by Joe Bonamassa does.
Oh, love him.
That version of Tracy Chapman. Yeah. All right, honey. This is one that I used to play drums on and sing in one of the old bands I was in. So in theory, it should be easier without the drums, right? Yeah. Okay. We're gonna give it a shot.
hard, sweet, and sticky. Your heart, sweet, oh yeah. Rockin' baby, heart, sweet, and you're rockin', baby.
Yeah, it's right. Fantastic. That
All right, brother.
Very nice, Mr. B.
Thanks.
you
We're
do have that
rocking now.
you have that radio voice. Come with that all right brother, right there. Yeah, fantastic, Mr. B.
Oh, thanks, guys.
That was great. Love it. All right, Emperism, you ready to go?
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
I try to do something simple from scratch here now.
Yeah, much love to you, Dave, and to your mom. We're praying for her and glad to hear she's doing a little bit better. Wayne, thanks for being here. Good to see you. And we're also keeping in our hearts and prayers Bonnie's son as he's recovering as well. All right. Yeah, Mr. B was fantastic. Love it. Okay, Yep, I'll go ahead and mute. Take us away. Stunning, Emperism. That was absolutely beautiful.
Very nice.
That was beautiful.
Thank you very much.
And what a difference between those two songs that you've played so far. I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah, well, the last one was actually 3 songs.
Well, there you go. But still.
Yeah.
Brother, you just
Dave,
amaze
thank you
me.
so much for the super chat. And he says, music is medicine for the broken souls. And I absolutely
Yes.
agree.
Yes.
We need some of this good medicine right now.
Yeah. My music is only but wiping.
Oh, no, don't even go there. Not at all.
Nothing
Empress,
much.
you're amazing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for being here. And thanks for coming up and sharing your music with all of us.
Right.
Very relaxing, right, busy girl?
Oh, amazing.
Fantastic. Okay, Glow, you are up next. If you're
Oh.
back, I know you'd stepped away for a second. Are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. B said I could do the song, so.
All right. Mr. B approved.
Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't wanna leave you lonely, you gotta make me change my mind. Baby, I got your number, oh, and I know that you got mine. But you know that I called you, I called too many times. You can call me, baby, you can call me anytime, you gotta call me. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. I said I don't want to leave you lonely, you gotta make me change my mind. I don't want no one to squeeze me, they might take away my life. No, I don't want no one to squeeze me, they might take away my life. I just want someone to hold me, oh, and rock me through the night. This youthful heart can love you, yes, and give you what you need. I said this youthful heart can love you, oh, and give you what you need. But I'm too old to go chasing you around, wasting my precious energy. Oh, give me one reason to stay here, yes, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, oh, and I'll turn right back around. I said I don't want to leave you lonely, you gotta make me change my mind. Baby, just give me one reason, oh, give me just one reason why. Baby, just give me one reason, oh, give me just one reason why I should stay. Said I told you that I love you, and there ain't no more to say.
Beautiful, Glow. It was
Nicely
great.
done.
Oh,
Yeah.
last top notch.
Yeah, fantastic. All right.
Very nice, Glow.
Hey, good to see you, Avoid. Thanks for coming in. Glad you're here. All right. I'm going to go ahead and do a song. And I want to just talk a little bit about this. Way cheaper not to give a reason. Nice one, Lauren. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do a song, and I just want to tell a little bit about this. I'm going to try not to get all emotional. I think I got all my tears out singing it, practicing, but I tend to cry on my panel, so who knows? But this is a song that a friend of mine who is like a sister to me. She's kind of like my twin sister. She was born just days after me, and we lived next door until after college. And she, she's like my non-biological twin. And she's also on the complete opposite end of the spectrum as far as politics and religion and a lot of different things. We have a ton in common, but I'm not going to get emotional, but our friendship took a toll over these last few years. And the reason I'm sharing this story is because I think that, and I know that a lot of you can relate to that happening with you, whether it was about politics or other issues that came up these last few years. A lot of us have been divided from our family and friends. And I know that for, a lot of people, this might not be happy news about Trump, but I think for all of us, I hope it can be at the beginning of some healing. And anyway, this is a song. We stayed in touch. We were not as close as we once were, but we were able to stay in touch throughout this entire time. And we still, we share a lot of our memories, and we're kind of in each other's heads. So, we'll think of something that pops up, some memory, and we'll share it with each other. And we have kept it civil and positive in that way, but our relationship's not where it once was. And I'm hopeful that a lot of these relationships can be mended. And I know a lot of you are in that same spot. So this is the song she sent me, and you'll kind of, I think, pick up on the meaning of it. But it was one that I thought many of you can hopefully relate to. So this is a song by Blink 182, and it's called One More Time. Let me make sure my settings are right here. Please let me know if my volume is way too loud or the music's way too loud or anything like that. All right, here we go. Strangers, from strangers into sisters, from sisters into strangers once again. We saw the whole world, but I couldn't see the meaning. I couldn't even recognize my friends. Older, but nothing's any different. Right now feels the same, I wonder why. I wish they told us it shouldn't take a sickness or airplanes falling out the sky. Do I have to die to hear you miss me? Do I have to die to hear you say goodbye? I don't want to act like there's tomorrow. I don't want to wait to do this one more time. One more time. One more. One more time. One more time. I miss you. Took time, but I admit it. It still hurts even after all these years. And I know the next time ain't always gonna happen. I gotta say I love you while we're here. Do I have to die to hear you miss me? Do I have to die to hear you say goodbye? I don't want to act like there's tomorrow. I don't want to wait to do this one more time. One more time. One more. One more time. One more time. One more time. One more. One more time. One more time. I miss you. All right.
Very nice.
Wow.
Thank you.
Your
Thanks,
voice
Brian.
is so beautiful.
Oh,
Yes,
thank you.
Very nice,
fantastic.
Indy.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Did you have the noise compression on or something?
My mic settings are always all over the place, so no. But oftentimes
Okay.
my computer
Yeah,
makes me sound.
Parking truck was a bit muddy, but your
Okay.
voice was so beautiful. So I'd
Thank
say
you.
so.
Thank you. I know. I might go back to pre-recording as much as I can, but thank you for that. But I hope that people get the message of the song, and let's let our loved ones know we love them.
And don't let your friendship ruined by rich elite. No matter are they Republicans or Democrats, it's not worth it.
Right.
Your friendship is much more valuable than some
Yeah.
rich elite. I can say because I'm Finnish.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we all have a lot more in common than we have that divides us. Oh, awesome, Hawk. Hey, good to see you too. Right, Snooks? I love all of you as well. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Watt. Watt said, the best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt with the heart. Helen Keller. Beautiful.
That is
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to pull up a video and then we'll get right back into our rotation. Oh, Glow, did you want to say something? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. All right, this is a cover of Kids in America. And hold on one second, let me make sure. All right, the station name is Immortal Metal Studios. I think I first heard, I always get these wrong, but I think I first heard this this band over on Falcro's channel, and this is a different song by them. And I thought this one kind of fit in with our sort of American theme we've got going today and have been on for a little bit. But here we go. Love this song, Kids in America.
Looking out a dirty old window, down below the cars in the city go rushing by. I sit here alone and I wonder why. Friday night and everyone's moving. I can feel the heat but it's soothing, headed down. I search for the beat in this dirty downtown. And no one's growing. Downtown and no one's growing. We're the kids in America. We're the kids in America. Everybody
Great
Awesome.
cover of that song.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, very nice.
Mm-hmm. All right, Steve-O, thank you for coming up and joining us. I think you are up
Oh,
next.
you're welcome. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah.
All right, present, share screen. All right, this one is called Time. Flowing like a river, time beckoning me, who knows when we shall meet again. If ever, but time keeps flowing like a river to the sea. Goodbye, my love. Maybe forever. Goodbye, my love. The tide waits for me. Who knows when we shall meet again? If ever, but time keeps flowing like a river to the sea, to the sea. It's gone forever, gone forever, gone forever. Goodbye, my friends, maybe forever. Goodbye, my friend, the stars wait for me. Who knows where we shall meet again? If ever, but time keeps flowing like a river to the sea, to the sea. Till it's gone forever, gone forever, gone forever. Forevermore.
Well done, bro.
Well
Thank you.
done. Thank you, Steve-O.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. Okay, let's see. I think that we are back to Mr. B.
Uh-oh. I guess this goes out by request to our brother Anti, right?
Yes, Anti requested this, and it's for our veterans, for Veterans Day. Thank you, Anti. Good choice.
Not the first one, though, the second song.
Yeah, I told him.
Okay. Yeah,
This is a great one. Thank you, Mr. B.
absolutely. Stood there boldly, sweating in the sun. Felt like a man, felt like number one. High of summer, never felt that strong like her. I was 18, didn't have a care, working for peanuts, not a dime to spare. But I was lean, solid everywhere like a rock. My hands were steady, my eyes were clear and bright. My walk had purpose, steps were quick and light. And I held firmly what I felt was right, like a rock. Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Nothing ever got to me. Something to see, like a rock. I stood arrow straight, unencumbered by the weight of all these hustlers in the schemes. I stood proud and I stood tall, high above it all. Still believe in my dreams. Where'd they go? 20 years, I don't know. I sit and I wonder sometimes where they've gone. Sometimes late at night, I'm bathed in the firelight. Moon comes was calling, ghostly white, and I recall, oh, I recall, like a rock, standing narrow straight, charging from the gate, carrying away like a rock. Oh, like a rock. Well, the sun upon my skin, I was hard against the wind. Well, I see myself again like a rock. Oh, oh, like a rock.
Fantastic, Mr. B.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Top
Great
notch,
song
man.
choice there.
Top notch,
Insight.
man.
Thank you, guys.
Mhm.
You rock
Wonderful. Okay, Emperorism, you are up.
Yeah, yeah.
Where are you taking us this time?
This next one goes to Wounded Knee frontman John Wicks.
I love it. I could listen to you forever.
That was cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Very
That was
nice.
great. Thank
I'm
you.
sure John Wick approves then.
That was beautiful. Okay, Glow, you are next.
Okay, I'm going to do my last one.
Okay. Thanks for coming up tonight. I know you've got you've got a scratchy throat, but you're sounding amazing.
Oh,
So
thank
I'm glad you're singing through it.
you. I'm trying. It's amazing how you can speak right to my heart. Without saying a word, you can light up the dark. Try as I may, I could never explain what I hear when you don't say a thing. Smile on your face lets me know that you need me. There's a truth in your eyes saying you'll never leave me. A touch of your hand says you'll catch me if ever I fall. Now you say it best when you say nothing at all. All day long I can hear people talking out loud. But when you hold me near, you drown out the crowd. Old Mr. Webster could never define what's being said between your heart and mine. The smile on your face lets me know that you need me. There's a truth in your eyes saying you'll never leave me. A touch of your hand says you'll catch me if ever I fall. Now you say it best when you say nothing at all. The smile on your face lets me know that you need me. There's a truth in your eyes saying you'll never leave me. A touch of your hand says you'll catch me if ever I fall. Now you say it best when you say nothing at all.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Very
I
nice,
love
Glow.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
really beautiful.
Thank you.
Much love, busy girl. Thanks for being here. Have a good night. Always glad when you're with us.
Everybody have a wonderful night. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming up, Glow.
Thank
I hope you
you.
are feeling better soon.
Take care, Chloe.
Take care.
Night.
Night, Glow.
Much love, Glow. Okay, we'll start our rotation back up in just a moment. This is a song by Lizzie called Suitcase. It's an original. And I heard this over on Music at the Rua Room. And if you guys haven't been over to Rua's channel, please go sub him up. Another great place to hear different indie artists from all over the world. And, there's like kind of different networks and communities and pockets, even within like the indie music community. I meet a lot of new people and a lot of different artists over at Rua's. So please go check out his channel and make sure you sub up Lizzie. She has some other songs that were absolutely beautiful, but this is the first one of hers that I heard. And I did check out some others and I love them too, but this one's my favorite so far. So here we go. Her original song, Suitcase.
The river has dried up, the hammock is worn out, the view remains the same, but I should leave the house. The cat is playing with the cardboard box inside. I put in the kitchen to pack my things. Oh, I should leave the house. Oh, I just can't get used to it. I just can't get used to it. How beautiful it is. I don't want to, but I need to go. Say you want me, oh, we should decide this in the morning. I don't want to, but I need to go. And say you'll stay right here. Don't ask me just yet to leave. The music's playing loud from the living room where the sun invades. It lights things up facing south. It invites me to stay, so I can't move my feet. I can't stop thinking, why did we overlook something? Oh, I can't leave the house. How come we don't grow old together when I love you the most? Oh, how does this go? I don't want to, but I need to go. In the morning, I don't want to, but I need to go. And say you'll stay right here. Don't ask me to leave. The house off empty, the cold slipping through the window frames. Oh, do you miss me here? Or do you have more room to play? Do you cry your heart out? Or are you fine now? Are you lonely sometimes without me by your side? Will you reach for the stars? Will you follow your heart? Do all the things you always wanted to, but couldn't as long as I was here with you. So here are the keys of the home we built. Why the fucking life do we want other things? My suitcase bag, but still I don't want to, but I need to go. Say you want me, oh, we should decide this in the morning. I don't want to, but I need to go. Say you'll stay right here. Don't ask me just yet to leave.
Stunning. Absolutely love that song.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Right? Yeah, you guys,
God.
please go sub up her channel. I can't remember now, but she doesn't have nearly as many subs as she should. And you'll catch her on her way up, I think. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wow, yes.
Yeah, great voice. I also dropped the link to Songs from the Rua Room. You can set a notification there for his upcoming live. And he always posts, if you go back and look at his previous streams, he doesn't share links during his chat, but he posts them in the description of his videos. So you can find his links there, and just a lot of different great, amazing artists. And like I said, he kind of covers people from all over the world. So go check him out. And again, thank you to Lizzie. Beautiful song. Great, Auntie Amy. Okay, Steve-O, you are up next.
Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm going to break out the harmonica on this one.
Nice. I love the harmonica.
Do some Led Zeppelin Rain Song. It is the springtime of my loving, the second season I am to know. You are the sunlight in my growing, so little warmth I felt before. It isn't hard to feel me glowing. I watched the fire that grew so low. Oh. It is the summer of my smiles. Flee from me, keepers of the gloom. Speak to me only with your eyes. It is to you I give this tune. Ain't so hard to recognize, oh. These things are clear to all from time to time. Ooh, oh. Talk, 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 talk. Hey, I felt the coldness of my winter. I never thought I would ever go. I cursed the gloom that sat upon us, upon us, upon us. But I know that I love you so. Oh, yeah. But I know that I love you so. These are the seasons of emotion, and like the wind, they rise and fall. This is the wonder of devotion. I see the torch we all must hold. This is the mystery of the quotient. Upon us all, a little rain must fall. Just a little rain. Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Steve-O.
Thank
Like
you.
your, I love the harmonica. And how long have you been playing that now? It's getting better
There
all the
is
time.
always something magical about harmonicas.
I agree.
Probably about 6 months or so now.
Okay. Yeah, I love it. My kids will
Is
break
it
up
is it
harmonica.
chromatic or is it a key?
It's the keys. I got
Oh,
a
yeah.
set of 7 of them.
Oh, all right, cool.
Oh, that's cool. All right, Mr. B, we are back to you.
All right, honey. You know, I got to thinking when you and Anti were discussing, you know, a salute to the military, and this song popped
Yeah.
in my head. I thought it would be a really fitting song for all the
Love it.
veterans.
Perfect. Thank you.
Not one I've done for many, many years, but if you've ever served,
And
or
now
are
you
current-
do it again.
yeah. If you've ever served or are currently serving, you know, God bless you for what you do. It takes a special kind of person. And this goes out to all of you veterans.
Knew a man called Sandy Kane. You folks even knew his name. But a hero, yes, was he. Left the boy, came back a man. Still many just don't understand about the reasons we are free. Can't forget the look in his eyes, all the tears he cried as he said these words to me. All gave some gave all. Some stood through for the red, white, and blue, and some hadn't fallen. If you ever think of me, think of all your liberties and recall. Some gave all. Sandy Kane is no longer here, but his words oh so clear.
as they echo throughout our land. For all the friends you gave us all, stood the ground, took the fall. Well, to help their fellow man. Love your country and live with pride. Don't forget those who died. America, can't you see? All give some gave all. Some stood through more red, white, and blue, and some had fall. If you ever think of me, think of all your liberties and recall. Some gave all. If you ever think of me, think of all your liberties and recall. Yes, recall. Some give all. Some give all.
Perfect song choice, Mr. B. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And
I thought that
amen.
Nice,
was,
Mr.
I
B.
thought that was fitting, right?
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Good stuff, bro.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
And
Amy says-
very fun song to chant too.
Amy says, thanks to all that served and fought for our freedom. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Love and respect for all you people who have shared life with tunes tonight. And to you, Mr. B.
Thank you,
Awesome
the cat.
chat. Yep. Thank you, Wayne. And Anti. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Emperism, you are up next.
All right, I'll do my last today. Let's see.
some Amp. Amp, we went from that like really calming song and kind of just, contemplative song from Mr. B, and then you just woke us all right up.
It's all about wiping,
He hit that first note, and I had to peel myself off the ceiling.
Right. Yeah, and agreed.
I grabbed my headphones. Whoa!
That's what I do.
That's what you do.
Thanks for having me, Indy.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Always a pleasure.
I always love when I catch you live, but especially here, of course.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, we'll see you
love Amp.
later.
Take care.
You're awesome, brother. Awesome.
Yeah, he is. He is a great talent. Amy agreed. All right, I'm going to pull up a song here. Let's see where we're at in this list. Okay, this is one by Diamond Dave, and it's called Smooth City Vibe. I loved this, and thank you, Dave. He had emailed this to me, which is great because it's not his newest. So usually I kind of look to the newer ones, but I might have missed this one. And I'm going to use that as an opportunity to say, if anybody ever wants to email me any songs to play, it's not a guarantee that I'm going to play them. And despite what Frank Terza says, I don't always play if you're here in chat, although I do try to. But I really appreciate getting some more music, and maybe getting some music I wouldn't have seen otherwise. And I try to play as many as I possibly can. So thank you, Dave, for sending this in. Love it. Here we go.
You call me for one last dance, then you hypnotize me into a trance, thinking I really had a chance, but I woke up on my own. The world keeps on spinning round. I'm planting my feet flat on the ground. Living is all that I can do, and keeping on pulling through. Everything changed so suddenly. How come everyone saw it but me? No wonder it broke my heart in two. I'm left here without a clue, but I'm looking up and forward. Nobody can take away what I've learned. How to be brave when there's no return. Oh yeah, I feel like there's something new, something in the air, some point of view that's made me believe that I have a chance to make things right. No, everything changed so suddenly. How come everyone saw it but me? No wonder it broke my heart in two. I'm left here without a clue, but I'm looking up and forward. Nobody can take away what I've learned. How to be brave when there's no return. Do-do-do-do-do, yeah. Oh yeah, oh everything changed so suddenly. How come everyone saw it but me? No wonder it broke my heart in two. I'm left here without a clue, but I'm looking up and forward. Yeah, nobody can take away what I've learned. How to be brave when there's no return. Oh yeah.
Love that.
Yeah,
Love
it's
that
got
one,
a
Dave. Right?
great,
Such a
great groove. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm. Yeah. Love it. Thank you very much, Diamond Dave. Appreciate it. Make sure you guys go and sub him up. Wonderful. Okay, let's see. I think right, you, Steve-O. It's a quick rotation right now. That's okay. We've got
Okay.
some
Round
more
me.
songs to play too.
All right, Mr. B, you inspired me to bring up some Toby Keith, American Soldier.
A great song.
I'm just trying to be a father, raise a daughter and a son, be a lover to their mother, everything to everyone. Up and at 'em bright and early, I'm all business in my suit. Yeah, I'm dressed up for success, from my head down to my boots. I don't do it for the money, there's bills that I can't pay. I don't do it for the glory, I just do it anyway. Providing for our futures, my responsibility. Yeah, I'm real good under pressure, being all that I can be. And I can't call in sick on Monday when the weekend's been too strong. I just the holidays, sometimes all night long. I can bet that I stand ready with the wolf growling at the door. Hey, I'm solid, hey, I'm steady, hey, I'm true down to the core, and I will always do my duty, hey, no matter what the price. I've counted up the cost, and I know the sacrifice. Oh, I don't know what I'm dying for you, but dying's asked of me. I'll bear this cross with honor, 'cause freedom don't come free. I'm an American soldier, an American. Beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take a stand. When liberty's in jeopardy, I will always do what's right. I'm out here on the front lines, sleep in peace tonight. American soldier, I'm an American soldier. Yeah, an American soldier, an American. Beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take a stand. When liberty's in jeopardy, I will always do what's right. I'm out here on the front line, so sleep in peace tonight. American soldier, I'm an American. An American. An American soldier. An American soldier. American soldier.
Thank you, Steve-O. Great song choice.
Yeah.
And thank you to all of our
The
veterans.
cotton mouth in the middle of the song.
It happens. All right. This next song. Oh, actually, Brand, if you could do the one before that by Sam DeBoer. You can grab it if I need to put it in again. This song is called Howling in the Woods, and really beautiful song. Sam is new to me. I hope you guys will go check out his channel. Really great musician. So I'm always excited to find new indie artists. And I thought a lot of you will like this one. Here we go. Howling in the Woods.
Breathe in all the smoke. Let it all latch onto your clothes. Mistakes we never thought we'd make. Were they mistakes anyway? Passing by that convenience store. I used to wish I was somewhere else. But now I'm just glad I'm not by myself. And it's best we stay inside. Something howling in the woods at night. She said we'll be alright. Some things never die. Some things never die. By the same old tree. And it's best we stay inside. There's something howling in the woods at night. She said we'll be alright. 'Cause some things never die. Things never die. Lily in the garden, we'll do it again next spring. I remember how you sing. I don't know where my heart is. I'm always wondering, are you listening? Just a little more, 'cause I can stand to see you walk out that door. it's best we stay inside. Something's howling in the woods at night. She said we'll be alright. Some things never die. Some things never die.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Really love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please go to Jim's channel. Wonderful.
Yeah, he's got like a bit of Ed Sheeran in his voice, doesn't he?
Yeah, I can hear that for sure.
Yeah.
Right? It was nice hearing people kind of reminisce about camping and campfires and the smell of smoke, and it doesn't it just it brings up all these great memories.
Yeah, I really like his sound. That was a great song.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very nice.
Yeah. All right, Mr. B, you're up.
All right, honey. I think I've got one more.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. B, if you want to do this one, I have 2 more songs I want to play, and then if you want to do one more after that, Steve, or if you're good, and then Steve-O, if you want to do one more, we'll kind of wrap things up.
Yeah, I think this is it for me, honey. I'm
Okay.
wearing down.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. B. You've been here all night. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely, honey. Done a lot of different genres tonight, so I'm going to end on some country.
Love it.
Old man Wrigley lived in a White House down the street where I grew up. Mama used to send me over with things. Struck a friendship up. It's been a few long lost summers out on his old porch swing. He was in the war when in the Navy, lost his wife, lost his baby. Broke down and asked him one time, how'd you keep from going crazy? He said, I'll see my wife and son in a little while. I asked him what he meant, looked at me and smiled. Said I raise my head, bow my head, finding more and more true, words written in red. Tell me that there's more to life, just what I can see. Oh, I believe. Talking to Mom on the phone one night, getting all caught up on the gossip, ins and outs, small town life. She said, oh, by the way, son, old man Wrigley is dead. Later on that night, I laid there thinking back, thought about a couple long lost summers. Didn't know whether to cry or laugh. If there's ever anybody deserve a ticket to the other side, it'd be a sweet old man. Looked me in the eye, said I raise my head, bow my head, finding more and more true, words written in red. Tell me that there's more to life, just what I can see. I can't quote the book, the chapter or can't tell me that it all ends. The slow ride in a hurry. Though the more and more, the longer that I live. But this can't be, oh, this can't be all there is. And I raise my head, bow my head, finding more and more truth, words written in red. Tell me that there's more to life, is what I can see. That's what I can see. I believe, oh, I believe. I believe. I believe.
Very nice, Mr. B. Very nice.
I think that was a good one to end on, Mr. B. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for letting me hang out with you tonight.
Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. Much love to you, brother.
It was a lot of fun.
I'm sure I'll see you around, but have a wonderful Veterans Day.
You too, honey. We will see you on these YouTube streets, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
All right. Be blessed, everybody.
Mr. B, when is your next live coming up? Do you have one scheduled?
Yeah, every Thursday at 7:30 Central.
Okay. Didn't know if you had any pop-ups in between.
You never know.
Never know.
Keep us on our toes.
It could happen.
All right. We'll see you soon, Mr. B.
See you
Much
later,
love.
Mr. B.
All right, guys. Peace.
Good night.
Thanks for being here, Hunting and Wayne. Appreciate you guys. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a couple songs, Steve-O, and then if you want to do one more, and then we'll do a kind of final thoughts and closing song. But I had a couple more I wanted to share here. This is a cover of a Quincy Kane song, A Place to Call Home, and this is a cover by Lady Campion. And the next song we're going to play is the latest song by Quincy Kane. So if you're not sure who that is, you'll get to hear both. All right, here we go.
This prison inside of me, concealing what I believe. The potential is obvious, but I'm too scared to set it free. Break down the walls, show me your heart. This is the place where I fall apart. You told me a place to call home, some place where I would not feel alone. I'm promised a destiny, but I won't trust what I cannot see. So mother will tuck me in to this coffin and bury me. Break down the walls, show me your heart. This is the place where I fall apart. You told me a place to call home, some place where I would not feel alone. You showed me love like I'd never known. You told me to call home. You told me of a place to call home, some place where I would not feel alone. You showed me love like I never known. You told me a place to call home.
Beautiful.
Yes, very nice.
Great song by Quincy Kane and wonderful cover of it by Lady Campion. Lady Campion also live streams on Wednesday nights. Please go check out her dinner music hour. It's like the quickest hour of the entire week because it's just one amazing, beautiful song sung live. It's like a private concert.
Yep.
So go check out her channel if you're not subbed. You're missing out. Okay. We're going to pull up one more song here, Bran, right away. This is another one by Quincy Kane. And this is his latest, A Mirror That Was Broken. And Quincy always has like a great message to his songs, and he has a very distinct sound, which I really love. So you can always tell when it's a Quincy Kane song. All right, here we go.
And so I lived happily ever after, or so I thought, until she told me it was over. A broken heart has a way of putting life on hold, but when I stop to think, I never seem to find an answer. And I am falling apart now for all I know. And everything's changing and I must let go. But I keep reflecting on better days and wondering if life will ever be the same. Scraping up the pieces, cutting up my hands, looking for myself in a mirror that is broken. I said goodbye and never saw my friends again. Then took some time to see if I could make things clear. It's a lonely drive when there's no one in the passenger seat. And I'll catch myself often glancing in the rearview mirror, 'cause I am falling apart now for all I know. Everything's changing and I must let go. Could I keep reflecting on better days and wondering if life will ever be the same? Scraping up the pieces, cutting up my hands, looking for myself in a mirror that is broken. With every single tear, there's a lesson to be learned. With every single scar, there's a treasure to be earned. But I'll never find healing if I'm holding on to hurt. I'll never see heaven if I'm face down in the dirt. With every single tear, there's a lesson to be learned. With every single scar, there's a treasure to be earned. But I'll never find healing if I'm holding on to hurt. So I'm letting go, 'cause I am falling apart now for all I know. Caught a glimpse of myself before I let him go. wondering what life has got in store for me. I'm falling apart now, for all I know. Just fragments of memories from long ago. But those days are over, so I'll move on. I know that the best is yet to come. Displaying all the pieces, showing who I am. Formed a masterpiece from a mirror that was broken. From a mirror that was broken. Yeah, yeah.
Wonderful song, Quincy.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. All right. Quincy also does live streams, so you can check out his music there, and he takes requests of covers and things as well as his originals. So go check out Quincy Kane.
Oh,
all right, Steve-O. Awesome. Yeah. Did you want to do one more, Steve-O?
Yeah. This one here is my latest favorite. And this is by J.J. Gray and Mofro. And it's called This River.
All right.
And it's got a great message to it. I mean, I just love this song. Stare at a picture, but there's nothing for it. I pull on the bottle and watch this river roll on by. Trying to find purpose, trying to see meaning, trying to make sense of the nonsense I call my life. 'Cause only this river can bear me to safety. Only this river can bear me away. See them all work and play. They're on the other bank, warm in their houses while I face my cold alone. Guess I've been drinking away to keep the wolves of my mind at bay. But if you run, you die. I'm just too tired to care. 'Cause only this river can bear me to safety. Only this river can bear me away. I feel her flowing right through me. I hear the whispers drowning my words. 'Cause only this river, only this river this river can save me from myself. Where did my soul go? Where did my spirit hide? Why won't they rescue me from the pain of the mind? 'Cause only this river in all of her glory, only this river can bear me away. Only this river, only this river, only this river. Only this river.
All right. Thanks, Steve-O. I had not heard that song before, I don't think. Who is that by?
That's J.J. Gray and
Okay,
Mo
you'd said it,
Fro.
but I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
All right, I'll look that up. Yeah, that's great lyrics.
Creek Squad's one that, Creek Squad's one that led me on to him.
Yeah, nice.
And since I heard
Awesome,
that
yeah.
one, it's like, great. Love that song.
Creeks introduced me to a few different artists I'd never heard before. Love it.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right, you guys. Well, we have a closing song, but before we get to that, thank you so much to everyone who's been here up on panel tonight for the conversation and for the music, and everybody who's been in chat. I really appreciate everybody just being here and showing up to be a part of the conversations and the music and just being a part of this community.
Yep. Thank you for hosting. I'm going to drop down
Yeah.
and let you close on out.
All right.
So
Much love,
thank
Steve-O.
you very much. Appreciate it.
Yep. A big shout out to my mods and to Bran for being here throughout the night with me, and Mr. B for being the musician that came for the longest amount of time. Appreciate that too. And we did do a backstage speakeasy. Thank you to all of you who were a part of that. That was awesome. I had a great time with that. We watched the election results roll in together and kind of jumped around to different channels and had some good conversation in between. And it was pretty full. So we had a great turnout for that. And I thank each of you that was a part of that. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link in the chat just so it's here for anyone who doesn't really know how the backstage speakeasy works. It's just a quick video that like 2 minutes that kind of tells a little bit more about what it is. I'll put that in the chat. And then keep an eye out, because when you see that backstage speakeasy posted, it's not always going to go live. Sometimes I will. But you can jump on in there, and it looks the same basically as what's up on panel. You can be in chat, or you can be up on panel talking, or you can show your face, or you can stay behind your icon. It's very similar to how it is here with the panel and the chat. And it's a good place to kind of have uncensored conversations and be able to speak easy and get to know people a little bit better. I had 2 people that I'd never been on panel or seen on panel before that came to the backstage speakeasy. I won't name names, but it was really great to get to know you both better and get to have conversations with you. So loving the backstage speakeasy, and I'm going to keep them coming. All right. Again, we are celebrating Veterans Day on Monday. So thank you to all who have served. Make sure you're telling your stories as much as you're open to doing so with your loved ones. And if you know a veteran, then please make sure you're thanking them for their service. All right. This last song we're bringing up is for Veterans Day as well. And this is Herman Service's cover of Brothers in Arms. Here we go. God bless everybody, and we're stronger together. Much love.
home now for me. But my home is lonely, and I always will be. Someday I'll return to your valleys in your farm. You know long got burned to be brothers and arms. He spirits of destruction, Baptist of fire. I witnessed your suffering. It's the battle raged high. Did hurt me so bad, and the fear and the love. You did not deserve me, my brothers and arms. So many different worlds, so many different suns. We have just one world, but we live on different ones. Now the sun's got here, and the moon riding out. Let me bid you farewell. Every man has to die. It's written in the storyline, every line on your palm. We're fools to make war on brothers and arms. These mists cover mountains, are holding out for me. See you later.